Okay, hello. Alright, play some Black Beacon today. Just gonna go through the chapter 4 today. Oh, reset just happened. Pick these up. Anything here? No. Okay. Nothing here. I think we still have those free pulls. Alrighty. Alright, let's just start here. Chapter 4. Beginning of summer. Let's see where the story goes now. Oh, okay. The turquoise water mountains, green embrace. Pines and snow, a mesmerizing grace. Lotus blooms adorned with elegance and light. A scene of beauty, nature's exquisite delight.
How weird. Despite being closer to the sun, why is it colder here?
Because Tianchi Lake is surrounded by snowy mountains.
In front of two figures, the vast expanse of water reflects the distant snowy peaks along with nearby buildings.
The days here appear as lengthy as those beneath Mount Tianshi. Otherwise, one might mistake the prolonged summer in this place for a harsh winter.
If it were indeed winter, the Tianchi Lake would be frozen, the Grandier River obstructed, and the Hans covered in ice. In that case, ascending Mount Tianchi would be impossible.
Shh. Keep your voice down. If your fellow clanspeople hear this, they might goad you into challenging me again during the winter.
Don't fret. No one from my clan would dare defy me. Speaking of which, why would a mere historian have the authority to tell you what to do?
A historian? Did I forget something again?
You'll have to figure it out on your own. I met a historian on my way here, and he employed me to urge you to think of a name.
Oh, looks like I've forgotten everything about it. What is the name about?
He said it was kind of a national title. Your language can be quite troublesome.
Ah, I remember now. It was indeed an oversight on my part.
I'm surprised when he told me he simply couldn't start recording anything without that name. What exactly is that name about?
It's about everything. It's about you, me, your clan, my clan, the greater clan formed by our future generations, and the heavens, the earth, the mountains, the rivers, everything that traverses the seasons and is witnessed by the sun and the moon. In short, it's a name that encompasses everything we're seeing now.
Wow, that's quite a serious name. So, have you come up with it yet?
Yes, it shall be Xia, meaning summer. May this vast land forever flourish in greenery.
July 15th, year 57 of the world calendar. Kanling City, Jiangyin Region, Qian. Kanlin City, meaning the granary, serves as the largest agricultural production base in Qian. The air is teeming with dragonflies and butterflies fluttering among the blooming flowers during the extended summer. The Grandeur River stretches for thousands of miles, nourishing all living things in the Jiangyin region.
Bureau of Husbandry and Agriculture. This is Singh from the Bureau of Oversight and
Singh.
Integrity. I'm currently conducting my daily inspections at Hydrological Observatory A38 in the main of the Grandeur River. I'll be sending the hydrological and meteorological data. Please analyze the data and deliver the report to the municipal government.
Understood. Please provide an adequate number of samples for analysis and comparison.
Sure. I'll personally oversee the operation.
Xing, I guess, and the communication, the operator beside her strikes up a friendly check.
I heard that once this quarter's inspections are completed, you'll be taking a whole month off, Secretary Ching?
See, they call her Ching. Man. Usually Ching would not entertain casual chit-chat at work, but since her tasks are almost complete, she answers in an unusually gentle tone. Yeah, it's supposed to be
Yeah,
Ching, not Sing.
The work here is finally about to end, so I plan to take some time off and enjoy the Harvest Festival in September as a civilian.
Thank you for your hard work. By the way, here's a little gift for you.
What's this?
I snatched this yellow iris by the riverside. It's been blooming for more than a week without showing any signs of wilting, and its fragrance is intense. Hopefully, it will chase away some of your fatigue.
Ching gently smells the fragrance of the petals, revealing a rare smile. However, as she examines the flower in her hand, her smile gradually fades.
Did you just say you picked this flower by the river?
Yeah, why? What's up?
Ching looks toward the river outside the observatory. A flock of cormorants is perched on the riverside, packed tightly together and converging into a small cluster on the bank. The surface of the river is glowing with a bit of greenish color. Upon closer inspection, it is actually a huge number of water striders clustered together, their wings reflecting a metallic sheen.
There are too many water striders out there.
Is something wrong?
The operator asks, puzzled by Ching's silence. Ching takes another look at the flower in her hand and adjusts her glasses. In the center of the yellowish stamen, there is a slight lime green sheen that cannot be perceived by ordinary people.
I'll have to go to the riverside and see what's happening there. The river is just up ahead. Go there and take a look. I hope I was mistaken.
Isn't that Secretary Ching?
Crushing horses and riders.
Saw you from afar and wondered if it was you. Are you here for an inspection today?
Yeah? What are you doing here?
Just fishing, but I haven't caught anything all morning. It's weird. The fish aren't biting lately.
By the way, there are so many ospreys here, so naturally there should be a lot of fish around.
Yeah, maybe they're the ones scaring away my fish. And there are so many insects too, but you know what? Those mosquitoes don't even seem to bite people anymore. Been sitting here all morning and not a single mosquito bite on my leg. Sorry for the rambling. Don't forget about the calligraphy assembly at the square tonight. My old man is looking forward to meeting you there.
I'll see if I have time for that. I should head to the riverbank and take a closer look. Huh? What's with all these insects? Coward! Coward!
Ching quietly unsheathes her blade after swatting down the last insect in the air, but her eyebrows remain furrowed because of the weird sensation from her fingertips.
Feels like my blade.
Whoops. It's so weird. I clicked next on the freaking dialogue thing while it was still on the first one, but it automatically skipped Ching's line. That's so weird. Feels like my blade just hit an iron block. The remains of an insect stick in the base of the street lamp from her swipe just now. Seeing the deep gouge on the lamp, Ching lets out a deep sigh.
Used too much force. I can't control my strength when my mind is in turmoil.
What Ching has struck is not just a street light, but a part of Konglin City's integrated infrastructure. The greening and irrigation system that runs parallel to the lighting system. Similar to other infrastructure facilities in Konglin City, this system operates under the centralized agricultural production system, providing sprinkler irrigation to the surrounding vegetation at regular intervals. Once the greenery is seeded, the system automatically takes care of the vegetation throughout its growth cycle, eliminating the need for human labor. Each unit costs a fortune, and if it really got damaged, Ching would have to pay a month's salary to cover its repairs.
But seriously, why are there so many insects here? And what's with those clustered birds? Let's go over and take a look. Why is this osprey so aggressive? What's happening to these ospreys? Their feathers are blue, and their claws and beak are sharp and hard. Are they infected with some kind of contagious disease? I must hurry back to Weisha and report the unusual situation here. The subtle changes in the flower's appearance, the unusual clustering behavior, and those mutant insects and ospreys. That's not my imagination. No doubt this is caused by an anomaly.
She takes off her glasses and wrinkles her nose.
Again, my precious vacation is going down the drain. Instead, I'm looking at overtime.
Emergency meeting. One week later. Konglin Municipal Government. The center
In
of
light of the
Konglin
current
City.
situation, the chief executive has personally gone to Jiangyan Pavilion to report to his superiors. During his absence, the Bureau of Oversight and Integrity will be responsible for city management. Therefore, I'll be presiding over this meeting, and I ask for your cooperation as always. First of all, I'd like to ask for a briefing on the progress of our deployment since our last meeting. Bureau of Husbandry and Agriculture, what's the current status of the crops?
The Bureau of Husbandry and Agriculture, as its name implies, is the department in charge of agricultural production. Fang Lin, the young director of the Bureau, holds up his glasses.
To be frank, it's getting worse. According to our calculations, all types of crops should have started to mature long ago. However, the centralized agricultural system detects that wheat, sorghum, rice, and other ration crops remain stagnant in their growth phase, without any signs of sprouting ears. Oilseed crops such as soybeans, peanuts, and flax haven't yet produced seeds for oil extraction. Fruit trees such as apples, pears, and peaches experience successful pollination during the flowering period, but they haven't progressed beyond the end of that phase. All crops have stopped developing fruits, as if the growth process has come to a standstill. In addition, the drones managed by the centralized agricultural system have observed new symptoms on the crops.
What symptoms?
I've brought some photos here. Please take a look at them. As you can see, many crops are exhibiting an unusual greenish color on their surface. This color is not attributable to natural chlorophyll, but resembles a metallic rather than a biological coloration. On affected plants, this greenish tint behaves akin to a rust disease, spreading towards the unaffected parts of the plant.
Could this be a new plant pathogen?
That was our initial suspicion. However, it's not only the crops, but also some animals residing in the fields that are displaying these symptoms. While we have dealt with zoonotic diseases before, this is the first time we have encountered a plant-animal disease. The Bureau of Husbandry and Agriculture currently lacks the means to identify cross-species diseases. So we collected samples and sent them to the Bureau of Health and Welfare for virus testing, but we haven't received any results yet.
Bureau of Health and Welfare. Have you discovered anything yet?
The Bureau of Health and Welfare is in charge of medical and public health. At this point, its director is suffering from a cold sweat.
Well, just as Director Feng said, diseases affecting both plants and animals are exceptionally rare, and we need more time.
So, no results yet.
There will be results. We just need a little bit more time.
No progress in virus testing. Thank you for the report. Next question. Bureau of Treasury and Trade. How much do you predict our agricultural production will drop this year?
The director of Bureau and Treasury and let me try that again. The director of the Bureau of Treasury and Trade, responsible for finance-related matters, is visibly perspiring.
This issue is quite complicated, Secretary Ting. Since we are not directly involved in agricultural production, we are not aware of the details.
Please stay on topic.
Well, we can only give economic forecasts after the Bureau of Husbandry and Agriculture provides reports on crop maturity and acreage. However, they haven't provided such reports this year.
Bing's tone begins to reflect a hint of annoyance.
Now is not the time to pass the buck. I'm not blaming you. I need to understand the gravity of the situation facing Songlin City. I believe I've made myself clear. Please provide a concise answer.
Based on the information shared by Director Feng, we will have to make estimations based on the worst-case scenario. This year, our agricultural production will be only 3% to 7% of prior year's levels.
I understand. Songlin City plays a crucial role in Xian's agricultural production. And if we don't have a harvest, it will create a crisis for all of Xian. Director Feng, could you please provide an update on our grain reserves?
Our current reserves are enough to feed the people of Xian for 9 months. Together with the reserves in the rest of the country, we can sustain ourselves for 2 years without a harvest.
Bureau of Roads and Travel, what's the status of our transportation capacity?
Mobilization is not an overnight process. It involves multiple parties and numerous challenges.
What specific challenges are you talking about? Bring them up and we'll work together to address them.
First, there is a serious shortage of professional drivers.
Then why don't you communicate with the Bureau of Employment and Social Support? Any other problems?
We lack the funds to purchase enough vehicles for transportation.
That falls under the responsibility of the Bureau of Treasury and Trade. Go ask for additional funds from them.
But the annual budget is set at the beginning of every year. Even if I make a request, it'll likely be rejected, right?
So, in other words, you haven't even asked the Bureau of Treasury and Trade for additional funds.
No, that's not the case. According to regulations, the budget is approved at the beginning of each year, and the allocation.
Allow me to remind you, Director. I work in the Bureau of Oversight and Integrity, and I know the rules and regulations better than you do. Bureau of Treasury and Trade, has the Bureau of Roads and Travel ever informed you about the lack of funds?
No.
No, never. Why didn't you mention it, Director?
We will submit a formal application after the meeting.
Are there any other difficulties?
We haven't encountered such a large-scale demand for transportation capacity in many years. It requires coordination of water, air, road, and rail transportation. And we're still trying to figure out how to manage this.
Don't you have an emergency plan in place?
You know, The situation is too rare for us to have anticipated.
You may not have an emergency plan for total crop failure, but you should have a plan for a potential war, right? Or you don't have a plan for that either.
But we've been living in peace for decades.
During our last meeting, I emphasized that we must prepare for the worst. So, what exactly have you prepared for this meeting? Nothing at all? Let me ask you some questions. How many trucks do we have? How many freight trains? And how many cargo planes and ships? What is the capacity of each transportation method? How many of these vehicles can be deployed within 24 hours, within 7 days, and within a month? How many of these vehicles are equipped with refrigeration and insulation devices for transporting grain? For the vehicles without these capabilities, how long would it take to install them? Do we have enough drivers for all these vehicles? Do we have a plan in place for scheduling and providing financial subsidies for the drivers?
Well, we have limited manpower and capabilities. I apologize for our shortcomings.
My patience is wearing thin. The Bureau of Roads and Travel has shown laziness, cowardice, short-sightedness, and incompetence. Your laziness has delayed progress. Your cowardice has hindered collaboration with other departments. Your short-sightedness has prevented proper planning. And your incompetence gave you the audacity to deceive me. Do you think you can just get away with, "We have limited manpower and capabilities"? Your excuse holds no weight. The Bureau of Oversight and Integrity will submit an official report to the government, demanding accountability from the Bureau of Roads and Travel for impeding grain transportation. Bureau of Health and Welfare, your progress has been disappointingly slow. And Bureau of Treasury and Trade, you failed to fulfill your duties. Consider this a warning.
Director Feng, please say something to calm Secretary Ting down. We're being scolded all because of you.
Feng Lin lowers his head and addresses Ting.
Secretary Singh, our department bears the
Ting,
primary
whatever.
responsibility. We are to blame for the production issues. After all, other departments are assisting us in addressing the issue, and the purpose of this meeting is to find a solution as soon as possible. Let's all take a moment to calm down, for what they said holds truth. This dire situation is unprecedented and requires cooperation across departments and regions. We may even need to take guidance from the Well-Being Office in the future. You have any suggestions for the current situation?
Indeed. Now is not the time to blame anyone. I apologize. I got a bit carried away. Everything has a cause, and there are no such things as mysterious catastrophes. Therefore, I request all departments to assist in investigating the causes behind the unproductive crops. I need reports on meteorological and hydrological monitoring, analysis of soil and bedrock composition, data on the density and size of various ecological populations, as well as information on crop growth and the results of genetic sequencing. The cause must be somewhere within this data. Meanwhile, we must be prepared to deliver reserve grain to the other regions and be ready to take immediate action upon receiving orders from the Well-Being Office. Director Feng, based on the minimum requirements to ensure rations, how much reserve grain will we need to deliver once our total crop failure is confirmed?
I can't provide an exact figure at the moment, but based on my experience, a minimum of 40 million tons for the fall and winter seasons will be required.
Then let's use that number. 40 million tons will be the minimum required. Remember, numbers do not negotiate or compromise. So I hope everyone will do their best. No, I expect everyone.
Whoops. I didn't mean to click. Not gonna lie. I almost fell asleep during that entire thing.
It lines up with our earlier assessment. This change is caused by anomalies. I lost my temper. After all, the staff at the Songli municipal government didn't have the means to solve the problem themselves. They haven't figured out what's really happening. Anger can cloud judgment. Looks like I still need to work on myself. After sorting this out, I'll practice calligraphy and reflect on myself. I've got to get back and... Huh? Why are there so many people gathered at the government? The sprinkler system in this block has been activated.
Whoa! Go away! Don't break my camera!
Stealth! Coward! Stealth!
Failing to strike its target, the predatory bird spreads its wings and disappears into the clouds.
Thanks a bunch. Thought I'd lose my scalp or, worse, my expensive lens. If anything happened to either, it would be a real pain in the wallet. It's hard to capture photos of such predatory birds in the city, so I got a bit too close.
Is what just happened a common occurrence?
Of course not. Ospreys in these parts are a rare sight, and they usually take off when people get too close. They rarely leave the wetlands because the city doesn't offer much prey for them. Plus, most of the ospreys around Sanglin City are used to humans. And seriously, we're way bigger than them, so I don't get why they attacked me.
Those birds are starting to cause a commotion.
Coward.
Stealth!
These ospreys always gather around the sprinklers.
I wonder if the sprinklers make certain noises that attract birds.
They dare to cause trouble in front of a Weisha member? Great. Now I can finally release all the pent-up frustration from that silly meeting. Huh? Why is the skin of these animals so tough? These animals keep getting close to the sprinklers. Perhaps I should manually shut them down. Those animals are gathering near these sprinklers. They seem to be attracted to the water from these sprinklers. Moreover, they appeared more aggressive after drinking the water. I must report this discovery to my peers immediately.
Undercurrent.
Hey guys, I'm back.
Hey, Shane. Finished the meeting at the government?
Yeah, all the directors had a brief discussion and mapped out the current situation.
Jing glances at the main seat in the hall.
Is Master Yuan Suen here?
No, unfortunately. Master Yuan Xuan left.
You keep pronouncing the Q in like 3 or 4 different ways.
Did he go to Tsingyu City?
Yes. Our early intelligence indicated that the anomaly originated there. As for why the anomaly spread to Sanglin City, we don't have any clues yet.
Since Master Yuan Suen went there personally, the situation must be dire.
I don't have access to the details, but judging from the members Master Yuan Xuan took with him, the situation is indeed worrisome. I heard that Qingyu City is currently isolated from the outside world. Such a renowned city was suddenly isolated from the rest of the world. Our public media has been carefully blocking the information to prevent suspicion and panic among the common people. Not to mention that Master Yuan Xuan has taken a great number of our elite members.
How many people do we have here?
Basically, the ones you're seeing now. Before Master Yuan Xuan left, he left the matter of Sanglin City in your hands. We're at your disposal now.
I see. Thank you all for placing your trust in me. I'll share the information with everyone here. Firstly, our judgment was correct. The total crop failure is indeed caused by the anomaly. Secondly, we need further investigation to figure out the symptoms of the plants and animals. The government has entrusted the Bureau of Health and Welfare with the task, but honestly, they're hardly reliable. Here's the image and pathology data I got from the Bureau.
I'll do the imaging analysis.
I will conduct the pathology analysis.
The Bureau of Treasury and Trade will face significant financial challenges this year. We should be prepared for drastic market fluctuations.
I've been monitoring the market and economic indicators.
If you spot anything unusual, report to me immediately. Next, the Bureau of Roads and Travel has been slow on progress, and I've already reprimanded them. However, it'll take some time for them to actually do something.
We can mobilize transportation capacities from other regions through our channels.
Let's hold off on that for now. It's a task that falls within the capabilities of the Songlin municipal government, and we mustn't encourage their laziness or interfere too much with everyday society.
Could be a biotech. It's something in the water, that's for sure.
However, we should still make preparations, and if the Bureau of Roads and Travel fails to fulfill their responsibilities, we will need to take action. Lastly, the symptoms indicate the possibility of a cross-species disease. If humans can also be infected, the situation will be much more severe than just a food shortage.
I'm monitoring all major hospitals. If I come across any patients with similar symptoms, I will report to you immediately.
Monitoring hospitals alone won't be enough. Once patients start arriving at hospitals, it means the infection has already spread. We need an emergency plan for a potential pandemic.
At what scale should we prepare?
The worst-case scenario? Assume that all of Songlin City is affected. By the way, have we received any communication from the Emaon with whom we lost contact 2 days ago? The information in their central database might help us trace the origin of this anomaly.
No, we haven't received any response from them. Their communication channel has been silent for 3 days. This is unprecedented. We have estimated the worst-case scenario. The Tower of Babel has been destroyed due to an event beyond MAN's capabilities, and the central database won't be able to provide any support during this crisis. Before we lost contact, John 10 received a message from them and went to Obed to investigate. We should expect to hear from her in the next few days.
When it rains, it pours. By the way, has Scene come back? It's been a while since I sent her out. I believe she has completed her task.
Two chests. Thousands of miles of fertile land. Oh, we get to play as Vera. The fertile plains, a vast stretch of land nourished by the Grandeur River, has prospered since ancient times. It is renowned for its abundant resources. Currently, all fields in the fertile plains encircling Sanglin City are managed under the city's centralized agricultural production system. Its agricultural output alone is sufficient to sustain a significant portion of the Qian population. During the peak of summer, the grass grows vigorously, and as a gentle breeze sweeps through, waves of seedlings and leaves wash across the fields. In the farmer traversed fields, a girl dressed in attire that appears out of place amidst her surroundings steps onto the land.
They told me to find out where the mutation came from, but they didn't give me any details.
Okay. That's an interesting accent to give her.
Am I supposed to search every nook and cranny of this place?
The girl grumbles as she munches on the pear, casually strolling along the road. Even though she is clearly eating an apple, she tears into each bite as if she is devouring meat, quickly leaving only the core. That's an apple? That looks more like a pear.
Now I'm really ticked off. She made me follow those ridiculous rules, and now I'm running errands for her.
Why is she... Okay.
Oh, just you wait, Sing. When I get back, I'll definitely demand a hearty meal.
The girl's teeth scrape off the last bits of pulp. As she instinctively prepares to spit out the seeds, she hesitates for a moment.
Sing said not to litter. But then again, our biology teacher said that the seeds and core can naturally decompose in nature. So if I just toss the core, is it littering or fertilizing the field? Whose advice should I follow now? Ah, forget it. There's no surveillance here. No one's watching anyway.
Who the hell suggested that Sin is gonna have like a southern accent like that? She makes up her mind, her tongue pressed against a seed, ready to flick it away. Right at that moment, a lizard darts out of the grass, brushes past her feet, and causes her to stumble. The seed half in and half out of her mouth slips down her throat. She pounds her chest for several seconds, gasping for breath, before finally swallowing the seed caught in her throat. Nervously, she wipes the saliva from the corners of her mouth.
You stupid lizard!
Sin vents her frustration in the direction the lizard disappeared, but what she sees in front of her silences her complaints. Despite it being late July with autumn just around the corner, there is no hint of golden hues in the fields. The lush, vibrant green somehow pricks her heart.
Now this is a serious problem. If we can't resolve it before autumn arrives, Xi'an will face a severe crop failure. In that case, the food supply of Xi'an will be in trouble. Even if we manage to survive this year with our reserves, what will we rely on next year?
She pronounced Qian in 2 different ways just now.
We must not allow a recurrence of the devastating famine that struck the western region 15 years ago. Everyone here, please, uncover the truth and lift the crisis before the end of summer.
Jin purses her lips.
All right, enough talking. It's time to get to work. Let's start investigating the nearest module, in that 2 o'clock direction.
In the center of the field stands the most advanced agricultural sprinkler system in Zanglin City. Rows upon rows of sprinklers pour water and fertilizers into the soil while swarms of drones buzz around, monitoring pests and crop diseases. Sensors scattered throughout the fields provide real-time data into Zanglin City. The centralized agricultural production system handles all the complicated decision-making. It knows the growth status of every single crop in the area, when they will sprout, when they will ripen, when they will wither. The land is divided up with waterways and sprinklers, ensuring each leaf gets its fair share of sunlight and nutrients. Similar to other infrastructure facilities in Zanglin City, these devices operate under the centralized agricultural production system, providing sprinkler irrigation to the surrounding vegetation at regular intervals. Currently, the sprinklers in this field are turned off, and the land is dry, perhaps because the irrigation cycle has not started yet.
Nothing seems out of the ordinary here. Let's look elsewhere.
I suppose when describing Shin, they were like, she has like a southern accent dialect or whatever. I mean, they didn't have to actually give her a southern accent for the EN though.
Lightning speed!
Motion up ahead, let's take a look. First, let me look around for any of the chests.
Disperse in the storm of retaliate!
Device is deactivated, but the faint sound of water circulating echoes. It seems that it is about to be turned on. Shin notices a utility pole on the roadside that looks unstable, pressed down by a tree trunk and on the verge of collapsing. This is way too dangerous. What if it falls? With some effort, Shin manages to move the trunk away, revealing a damaged electrical box underneath with an aluminum plate inside. The aluminum plate reads, "Instructions for repair are provided here. Those who assist with maintenance during the malfunction may take a thank you gift here." Below the message is an extremely simple diagram that even a toddler could understand. Oh wait, I think I get it. It's like instructions on how to fix it, right? It literally says instructions, yes. How very observant of you. Choice, yeah. Like, again, I understand if it's like if it was for the JP voice or the CN voice, she has a certain way of speaking, a certain dialect, that makes sense. But in English, when they
Why
like
are
just
there so many farm animals gathered in this place?
just straight up giving her a southern accent is kind of weird.
Lightning speed!
Especially when it's supposed to be like a Chinese character.
Retaliate!
They're just giving her like a certain like quirky like type of speech. I don't know. Not like a speech impediment, but like just a way of maybe like a different mannerism or something like that. But giving her straight up a southern accent, a western southern accent is kind of weird. Land here is wet and there are droplets of water on the green leaves. It is clear that this farmland has just been irrigated. The sharp leaves of the barnyard grasses leave numerous scratches on the careless Shin's calves. Shin bends down, touching the stems of the plants when she realizes they are unusually hard for plants.
Ouch! That hurts! Even if we ignore the abnormal behavior of the livestock, what's wrong with these plants? Let's head to the hydroponic area.
Now it kind of just feels like I'm playing freaking a different game. I don't know. I hear southern accent, and for some reason I think of like
This looks bad.
Borderlands or
So
something.
many oxen and water lizards are gathering here.
Lightning speed!
This is not a pastoral area, but many farm animals have gathered here. They show unusual interest in the drinking water. This is strange. Looks like I need to do some serious investigating here.
Large number of hoof prints and scratches are scattered across the ground along the shore. Looking at these markings, Shin falls deep in thought.
Since when did these farm animals develop such tough hooves?
The water has an eerie greenish color to it, akin to the aftermath of a cyanobacteria outbreak. However, there is no algae on the surface, nor is there a fishy smell. Shin bends down and dips her fingertips into the water and sticks out the tip of her tongue. Ew.
Better not. Sing warned me about not tasting unknown stuff. Where are the people in charge of this area? Perhaps it'd be quicker just to ask them.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. All mainly because of her, I want to change the voice. I'm not gonna lie. I just cannot with the southern accent. I really can't. Damn it. Her southern accent is just kind of ruining the experience. I'm not gonna lie. No hate to the VA themselves. It's just the accent. Just the accent. Like, there's literally, like, I don't know why they made the decision to give her an accent like that.
Hey, is that a residence? Finally! The person in charge of this place must be there. I should go check with them. But before that, looks like I'll have to help the owner teach these unruly animals a lesson.
It would just be way better if she just spoke naturally. Visit the owner of the place.
What? Another bunch of them? Get rid of them quickly! I don't want to end up being blamed for the havoc they wreak! Retaliate!
Shin knocks out the last ox, shakes her hands.
These oxen are totally mutated. Were they really meant for plowing the land? Anyway, their horns and hooves look like metal crystals, and their bodies have undergone significant changes. They only seem to gather around when the sprinklers are on, as if they're drawn to the water itself.
Shin's thoughts are interrupted by a voice.
Hey, who's causing all that ruckus outside?
An old man steps out of the house. His tone softens when he sees Shin.
Oh, what are you doing in a place like this, little girl?
I'm here to check out this
old.
field.
The old man scrutinizes Shin for a moment.
Oh, so the government sent you here, and you took down all those oxen by yourself?
Shin hesitates for a moment. Actually, she was sent here by a Wei Shi, but regular people don't even know about its existence. For her, it is probably best to go along with the old man's words and see where it leads.
Yeah, you could say that. By the way, just so you know, your oxen attacked me first, and I knocked them out. I didn't kill them or anything.
The old man sighs as he examines the unconscious oxen.
I know. Something's been off with them lately. Look at their skin, all turned green. Must be some kind of disease. It's really bad, you know.
So, he can't see the greenish crystals on those oxen. He seems like an ordinary person. Things haven't been too peaceful around here lately, so an old man like you should just stay home.
I'd love to, but I'm in charge of this field. How am I supposed to just stay home?
He changes this topic.
You've done a great job, to be honest. Dealing with all those beasts by yourself must be exhausting, right? Why don't you come to my place and have lunch?
Sorry, I'm just thrown off by the audio quality in some of these voice acting here. Jin's eyes light up.
Oh, you've prepared lunch? Then let's go!
Soon hot food is placed on the table.
Come, give it a try. It might not be fancy, but all the ingredients were grown here, fresh and good for you.
Mmm, it's so tasty.
Jin eagerly grabs a rice bowl and digs in. The old man gives her a warm smile.
Take your time and don't gobble it all up like that, little girl. I may not be wealthy, but you can eat as much as you want.
Sorry, just these two with their VA, man.
I can tell you're not from the Zhongyan region. Where's your hometown?
Like, that really does not sound like an old dude. Shin swallows the grilled chicken before replying to the old man's question. It sounds like it sounds like a dude who's like, it sounds like a teenager trying to sound old.
I was born in the Western region. How'd you figure that out, old man?
After saying that, she stuffs another spoonful of rice into her mouth.
As I thought. You're indeed from the Western region.
The old man's gaze turns gloomy.
It's been many years since there was a famine in Zhongyan region, but in the Western region, I saw many kids starving 15 years ago. People who have experienced famine and those who haven't, they eat differently. Starvation leaves a memory that seeps into your very bones. Even when you have enough food in later days, starvation sticks with you for the rest of your life and adds its flavor to every grain of rice you chew and every meal thereafter. Oh, I'm sorry. Did that bring back bad memories? Judging by your age, you must have been born during that great famine.
Jin keeps her head down, her expression hidden behind the large bowl.
Yeah.
After gobbling down the last mouthful of rice, Shin finally raises her head again and responds to the old man with seriousness.
You don't need to be sorry, old man. It wasn't your fault.
The old man shakes his head.
I know. But once you've seen a disaster like that, you'll never forget it. I just hope that no one will ever go hungry again in the land of Qian. However, the crops are growing noticeably slower this year, and I'm worried that if this continues, it'll affect the harvest in the fall. We might not even be able to hold the harvest festival.
Since you've been living here, old man, have you noticed anything unusual?
Well, everything is so messed up around here, you might as well ask me what's still normal. But if I were to investigate, I'd start with the Grandeur River. Usually when crops and animals get sick on a large scale, the first thing to suspect is the water source. After all, the entire sprinkler system in Sunglin City uses water from the Grandeur River.
The Grandeur River? Where are my notes? Oh, here they are. Let's see.
Take your time. I'll go get you some fruit.
Sure enough, the closer the animals are to the water source, the more intense their mutations become. I'm full now, old man. Thanks for treating me. Oh, and don't forget what I said. Just stay home.
Shin gets up, gathers her belongings, hurries out the door. She is so focused that she fails to notice another person standing right outside. With quick reflexes, she twists her body just in time to avoid colliding with the person. The person walks past her without any interaction. As their shoulders touch, Shin's back tenses. Her instinctual alertness, reminiscent of an animal, sends a shiver down her spine, awakening her long-lost sense of vigilance. Unable to resist, she steals a glance at the person who passed by. It is a tall, gray-haired man dressed in a plain farming uniform, exhibiting an honest and sincere expression. He appears to be an ordinary farmer. Coming to this realization, Shin looks away, relaxes her shoulders, and resumes walking at her normal pace.
Huh? Who's this guy? The old man's son? Or his grandson? Whatever. Not important. I gotta get back and fill in Sang.
Ugh. It's kind of rough to sit through that because of the voice acting. No, because of the accent, I mean. Hang on. I also gotta adjust voice here. I have a sound effect that's still so loud. I don't have these characters, so I can't change them. Yeah, they only have it in Chinese, huh? No JP. Whatever. I'll stick with English for a while. The mountain rains are coming. I wish it was like, I wish you could do it like,
when it rains, it pours.
Like how in Arknights, you can change individual characters' language. You can change it to either English, Chinese, or Japanese and stuff. I wish they could do that. I wish it was something like that in this game.
By the way, has Sin come back? It's been a while since I sent her out. I believe she has completed her task.
At that very moment, a fiery figure darts into the hall.
Sang! I'm back!
Calm down, Sin. How many times have I told you not to yell in public? Show some restraint, especially on important occasions.
You start nagging as soon as I walk in the door. Fine, I get it. Aren't you curious about what I found?
Looks like you're pleased with your discoveries.
Of course. I'm the first one back from the investigation. So now you can see who's got the skills and who's slacking off, right?
Jing holds back a smile at the corner of her mouth. His.
All right. Go ahead and spill the beans.
Jin opens her mouth, intending to report what she has discovered. But somehow the only thing that comes to her mind is the meal she ended up having with the farmland administrator. The rest seemed to have slipped her mind as she rushed back. She scratches her head, desperately trying to recall the words she heard after the meal.
So, I bumped into this old farmer who told me that when crops and animals get sick on a large scale, the first thing to suspect is the water source. So, I'm thinking the issue's with the water.
It is as if those words have unleashed a flood of memories.
Oh yeah, the water source. The closer the animals to it, the worse their mutations get. Here are samples of the plants and insects I collected from the river. Look, they're practically bronze now. And let's not forget those livestock. They're obsessed with drinking water, like they're totally addicted.
The first thing to suspect is the water source. A reasonable guess, don't you think?
At that moment, other investigators are returning to the hall as well.
I've collected soil samples, and I discovered a linear correlation between soil water saturation and the degree of plant mutation.
I've collected groundwater samples, and they contain an unidentified impurity. The concentration of this impurity is negatively correlated with the distance from the river at the sampling sites.
And I've sampled the mutant plant and animal cells. Through isotopic tracing, I found a nonlinear positive correlation between the impurity in the water and the degree of cellular mutation.
Hey, can you talk like a person? Say something I can understand.
Thank you, everyone. So, the problem does lie in the water source, which confirms our initial suspicions. After all, the most direct connection between Xingyu City and Songlin City is the Grandeur River. In other words, the anomaly affecting Xingyu City has spread to Songlin City downstream through the water of the Grandeur River.
Fancy words aside, they reached the same conclusion as me.
This is how it goes, Xing. Even if it seems obvious, we can't jump to conclusions without solid evidence. Learn from it, all right? You don't understand a word because you haven't learned statistics or chemistry. I'll find time to give you a crash course.
Oh no, more studying? I'd rather stick to running errands for you.
Don't sweat it. We'll consider that once we resolve everything. We don't have time for that with the dire situation right now.
Upon hearing her words, Xin lets out a sigh of relief.
First and foremost, we must ensure that the people of Songlin City stop drinking water from the Grandeur River. This matter directly affects people's daily lives and requires the intervention of the Songlin municipal government. I'll handle this part. As for the unidentified impurity in the water, it's deeply concerning. Since we're unable to identify it... Oh, by the way, has our friend from Delphi left already?
You mean Logos, right? Not yet. She's interested in our ancient books and has been spending the past few days reading in the storage room.
All right. Prepare 3 water samples and request her immediate return to Delphi. The Medical Academy in Delphi should be able to figure out the composition of the impurity.
Yes, I'll let her know right away.
Given the current situation, we're supposed to contact Imeon, the head of CAVE, as they're obligated to be informed about the situation here. But unfortunately, our communication channel has been silent for 3 days. I'm afraid we can't rely on the Library of Babel this time.
Hold up a sec, Jing. There's something else.
What's wrong?
Before Master Yuan Xuan left, he gave us another order. No matter what problems happen here in Xi'an, we don't need to report to Emeon.
Huh? Why is that?
I have no clue. Master Yuan Xuan didn't give us an explanation.
Maybe Master Yuan Xuan has his own reasons. Well, since it's his order, we'll not inform Emeon of the situation here. Besides, we can't get in touch with them even if we wanted to. I'm heading to the government to handle the isolation of the water source.
A hologram dissipates and the figures of the followers disappear one by one, returning the world before the sower's eyes to normal. An ordinary white hall and a simple house. A pitch-black figure enters the room, kneels down on one knee before the sower, and respectively lowers his head.
Is everything on your end finished, Master?
Yes. Did anything unusual happen during the meeting?
No. All communications were transmitted through our encrypted channel. I've been keeping an eye on the signal transmissions, and there's been no indication of any monitoring or bugs. You seem a bit tired. Do you need a break?
Don't worry. It's just old age catching up with me. But truth be told, I've been feeling tired more often lately. Maybe I don't have much time left. That's why I can't afford to rest at such a crucial moment. Go to the Bureau of Knowledge and Enlightenment and delete the records of the bandwidth usage during the meeting. I doubt the government staff will pay attention to the details, but I can't say the same for Weisha. I don't want to attract any unnecessary attention from Yuan Shuan. Once you're done, come back.
Consider it done. But Master, there's one thing I don't understand.
Shoot.
Why would you collaborate with someone as dishonorable as Nemesis?
Why do you call them dishonorable? Have you finally figured it out? Are you ready to take Weisha's side?
Hello, Leodru.
I have no intention of doing that, Master. Your enemies are my enemies, and I'll take down anyone who dares to stand against you.
What a shame. Honestly, Weisha is quite a decent organization, and it wouldn't be a bad choice if you wanted to work for them. It might even be more promising than running errands for me. My offer still stands. If you no longer wish to work for me, you're free to leave any time.
How could I ever abandon you, Master? Though my abilities might be insignificant, I'll repay your kindness with unwavering loyalty. I just don't understand why someone of your status, abilities, knowledge, and experience would choose to cooperate with the unworthy Nemesis.
Your view of the world doesn't have to be influenced by me. Likewise, my view of the world doesn't have to be understood by you. The beacons have fallen silent in recent decades, and the last thing I want to do requires the power of a beacon. Retributor promised to inform me of the window when the beacons will be reactivated, but only if I joined Nemesis. If I miss this opportunity, I doubt I'll get another chance before my time is up. To me, it's a fair deal. Both sides have shared interests for now, and that's all that matters.
Nemesis has too many selfish, arrogant, and shameless members. Most of them, in my opinion, are nothing but greedy scum. I fear they may break their promise.
You don't need to worry about that. Retributor kept his word. The beacon in Xingyu City is already active, and the Grandeur River will bring its blessings to all corners. Everything is going according to plan. During the meeting just now, I made it clear to the Nemesis members that no one should interfere with the events unfolding in Qian. This is a game between me and Yuan Shuan. I don't want any external factors to disrupt it. The final battle is always more thrilling when it unfolds without interference.
His gaze shifts to a distant place.
Your task is to eliminate any unwelcome surprise factors. A true gentleman observes the game without uttering a word, and anyone who tries to disrupt this game must be silenced forever.
As you wish.
Hang on, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Alright. Chien. All that dwells here is complete darkness. The encompassing darkness eliminates all senses or even enveloping thoughts and carrying them into the depths of unconsciousness. She cannot tell if she is standing still or if she is drifting with the flow in this darkness. All she desires is to let go of everything, surrendering to this vast emptiness reminiscent of amniotic fluid. She feels as though she is simultaneously falling and soaring through the air, like a rudderless boat or a kite with a broken string. Everything about me will drift in this nothingness until I fade away. In that instant, someone grasps the string of the kite. 0. 0, 0, 0. A voice calls her name from the other side of the profound darkness. At that moment, she finally remembers who she is. 0. For this name, she holds no particular attachment or sentiment. The body is the cage of the soul, and the name gives the cage a label. Hence, all things have names. Names wield power, shaping their existence and binding their essence. In this manner, the name becomes the cage for the soul. Consequently, people bestow names with various meanings. Names can harbor blessings or curses. However, her name is bereft of all emotions. It is simply 0, utterly vacant and meaningless. No matter how much one chews on this word, one cannot taste any flavor. Yet the voice calling her name carries so much tenderness. Merely being called this insignificant name seems to be infused with indescribable emotions. No one has ever called her name in such a tone. Unable to restrain herself, she reaches out toward the origin of the voice. The motorhome glides smoothly along the highway. I walk into the rear compartment. If it weren't for the slight bumps, I could easily mistake it for a room in a hospital. The air carries the scent of medicine, and the vibrations of the vehicle cause the curtains to open slightly. Consequently, a delicate shimmering light seeps through the window, gently resting upon the girl's eyelashes. I approach her bed, close the curtains, and then settle down beside her, extending my hand to feel her breath. The warmth of my fingertips soothes my restless heart. The girl slumbers so peacefully that I can barely perceive the sound of her breathing. It's as though she is not merely sleeping but entering an eternal dormancy, so I instinctively confirm that she is still alive. Sleep was once described as a small death and life as an extended insomnia. This small death she is experiencing has lasted far too long. I whisper into her ear. 0. As I expected, she does not respond. At that moment, I hear another set of footsteps coming from behind.
Are you doing this again? You're amazingly persistent, in some weird ways. Haven't I told you already? Her vitals are being monitored, and we'll know immediately if she wakes up. There's no point in guarding her bedside.
Jantan. This dark-haired woman holding a fan is named Jantan. She was the first person I saw when I woke up 2 days ago.
Oh, you're awake.
You? I attempt to speak, but a searing pain radiates through my throat.
Don't try talking. Take a sip of water first.
Don't mind if I do. I gulp down the water she hands me and soothes my dry throat.
No need to explain or ask questions. Just listen to me for now. But before that, how should I address you? The prophecy seer? One of the 2 survivors in the Tower of Babel? Or the last director of Emaon?
True. While her words may sound like questions, I instantly realize that she is not expecting answers from me. Yes, that's the correct word to use. Form me. Instead, she is simply using those titles to remind me of what happened. Where is Zero? Where's Lucia? She studies my expression and then smiles.
Don't worry. She's safe for now. But Zero took a bold step to protect you. One that almost cost her life. You can thank her when she wakes up. Anyway, since you don't seem to like any of those titles, I'll just call your name. A name feels more personal than a title, don't you think? You can call me Gentan, the same Gentan from the poem. Atop Gentan Pavilion, I pen poems with delight. On Parrot Island, I immerse in wine's respite. Let me catch you up on what has happened so far.
Jantan claims to be a member of the MAN. According to her, she was the one who saved both Zero and me from the ruined Tower of Babel.
So, that's what went down in the Library of Babel.
If Zero is voiced. Right now, they only have English and Chinese voices, so...
The god of the sun, the prophecy, Oedipus's tragedy, and Nemesis.
Would be wild. However, as I narrate my story, her face remains surprisingly calm, as if the tower destroyed by a nuclear explosion has nothing to do with her.
So, when I received Viola's message, I had a feeling that something big was about to happen. And when it actually did, I couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions.
Viola? Where is she?
Oh, right, Viola.
Viola. Potato, potato, tomato, tomato.
Nana told her to leave early, and that's how I found out about you.
If they do hire JBVAs? Yeah.
Unfortunately, I only received a message from her, saying that Emaon would have a new director. So I came back here in a hurry, and you know what happened next. I found you, and Zero among the ruins.
I might switch the VA to Chinese. See how that sounds. Plus, I can't deal with Shin's freaking accent in the English. I don't know why they gave her like a freaking Western Southern accent. Where are Nana and Shamash?
Unfortunately, like I said, I only found you and Zero among the ruins.
And Ershan wasn't there, right?
I don't think I need to repeat myself a third time.
You seem surprisingly calm about all this.
Emotionally, I don't have a deep connection with them, so I won't shed tears over their departure. And logically, I wouldn't advise you to get too sentimental either. Who knows? Maybe they're not dead at all.
What does that mean?
I mean, literally. The Library of Babel hasn't been destroyed, and it can't be destroyed. If a tiny explosion could simply wipe out such an anomaly, why would we have spent thousands of years overseeing it? In Qian, we have a parable about blind people trying to figure out what an elephant looks like. Each blind person touches a different part of the elephant, and when they put it all together, they realize that an elephant is something round and thick, thin and long, and flat and wide. They call it an elephant, even though none of them can grasp the whole picture. Similarly, the library only shows you a glimpse of its endless contents. Imagine the beacon as a power source, and the Tower of Babel as a computer. When the beacon is activated, it's like booting up a computer named the Tower of Babel, connected to a server called the Library of Babel. The God of the Sun only destroyed the space where the beacon was located, a joint created by the beacon between reality and the library.
It was a nuclear explosion.
Well, would the collapse of a star even matter to the whole universe?
Jantan waves her fan.
While the connection is severed, the Library of Babel endures. While the impact might seem mind-blowing, in the infinite rooms within the library, it's like a tiny speck floating in an endless ocean. It won't even cause a ripple. And those who were stuck within the library might have no clue about what happened at all. So, basically, the impact closed its gate to reality temporarily. As long as the beacon is still there, the library will reappear when the beacon is reactivated.
As long as the beacon is still there? So you mean... She stares at me intensely, and after what feels like forever, she gives up and shakes her head.
Well, forget it. Since Zero chose you, there's no need for any tests or whatever.
With that, she hands me something. What are these symbols? When I see the black seal in my hand, my heart skips a beat. A weird mix of emotions swells up inside me, filling my chest and bringing a strange sense of calm. The seal is pitch black. Even more bizarrely, my fingers can't feel its temperature or texture. With my limited knowledge, I can't think of any material that resembles the seal.
This is the beacon of the library.
You're saying this thing is the beacon itself? But I thought the beacon was that black monolith.
The black monolith you saw is actually an extension of this seal. Something like the imprint it leaves behind. Imagine this. When you press a seal on a clay tablet, it leaves different patterns on different parts of the tablet. If you just look at the tablet, you'd think one pattern is on one end and another pattern is on the other end. But on the roller, they're right next to each other. Just like how everything in the universe is cleverly connected in some way. This is the true beacon that connects everything within the Library of Babel. I found it next to you when I rescued you from Nemesis. Looks like they were after it too. And now, I'm giving it back to you. So, as the last director of Emaon, what's your next move?
My thoughts returned to the present. How did I answer Jantan's question back then? Please let me think about it. Jantan didn't push me for an immediate answer when I said that.
I see. You just woke up, and I shouldn't rush you to give an answer. Well, take your time and consider this matter before Zero wakes up. After all, she's the one who wants your answer the most.
And so she carried both Zero and me to her motorhome. I have no idea where this ride is headed or what we will do next. Honestly, I am not really in a mood to think about it now. My mind is consumed with one question. When will the girl ever wake up? Jantan lets out a sigh.
Fine. Do whatever you want.
She turns around and returns to the driving cab. The motorhome vibrates at a regular frequency. I lean against the bedside, and it doesn't take long for me to fall asleep. Bells. I hear the sound of bells. Subconsciously, I turn around and my eyes catch sight of a gargantuan clock levitating in the void. Memories rush back to me like a flood. I have been in this place many times before. Every time I enter this space, the memories of my previous visits resurface in my mind. In that marvelous library, every time I had the intention to scan for a certain sector, my consciousness would bring me to this place. However, every time I left this space, I would lose all memory of what had happened here, so I thought each scanning was only a fleeting moment. But this time, the golden figure that usually awaited me in this realm is nowhere to be found. Silence envelops the space, where its owner has departed, leaving me standing here alone. A subtle feeling of sorrow, like a slow trickle of water, begins to permeate my soul, spreading within my entire being. And then a voice echoes in my ears.
Fear not. The library will always protect you. Go back to where you should be right now.
The texture beneath me feels so soft that I'm reluctant to open my eyes. I feel something warm in the center of my hand. It is the beacon that I have been holding tightly. Its warmth gradually brings me back to consciousness. I struggle to lift my eyelids, and when I open my eyes, what I see is the white roof of the vehicle. The white roof. It finally dawns on me that something is off. Why am I lying on a bed? At that moment, I hear the sound of fabric rustling around me. I hastily sit up and my eyes meet a pair of golden eyes. Somehow, the girl who should have been lying on the bed severely injured is now sitting next to the bed, while I lie upon it.
You.
Me? You're awake. I interrupt her question. A subtle silence falls between us. I immediately regret interrupting her. Zero is never one to feel embarrassed by moments of complete silence. She is naturally reserved and rarely initiates conversations until it is necessary for exchanging information. The only person feeling suffocated by the awkward silence is likely myself. Seriously, why did I create this awkward atmosphere? Perhaps because I instinctively sensed that the question she intended to ask was something I didn't want to answer. I felt as if at the moment of confrontation with her, her golden eyes had pierced through my inner vulnerabilities. Just as the dead silence becomes increasingly overwhelming and suffocating.
Oh, finally awake.
Jantan shows up in the compartment and playfully addresses me.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about you. You're the caretaker, but you ended up hogging the patient's bed and slept well. Did you have a nice dream?
The motorhome has stopped and the drowsy bumps have ceased. I noticed as Jantan is holding a box in her hand.
Now that Zero is awake, I suppose I can go now. I've talked to her about everything and sorted out your next steps. Anyway, you need a place to stay now. I've entered your destination into the navigation system, so just follow the map. I have some business to attend to, so I'll come back for you when I'm done.
Business? Where are you going?
To Qingyu City.
Qingyu City.
Oh, yeah. Since you never asked me about it, I didn't say anything. We left Obed long ago, and now we're traveling in a new continent.
He walks over to the bed and pulls open the curtains. Although the sun is hidden behind layers of clouds and there is still vapor in the distance, this vibrant land is so vast that every inch of soil shimmers with emerald radiance.
Welcome to Qian.
Welcome to Qian. I'm gonna switch over to Qian now, see how that goes. Especially since now we're in Qian. Oh, we have to freaking download it. Alright. Whoa, loud. Turn that down. Jesus. Yeah, I'm gonna change the VA stuff. I don't want to hear Shin's freaking accent.
You're here. Asti, go prepare.
Right, it changes only for the story. I might as well change it for... Oh, wait. Oh, they do have JP, but just not for the story. That's so weird. Huh. That's really awkward then. I might as well just change it all to Chinese. Even if I were to check the frickin' VA, it will be in even if I were to check it for JP, it will be in Japanese characters, so I'm not gonna be able to read it. Hang on. Maybe we just listen to the voiceover. It's gonna be awkward because it's 2 different languages now. No, I will. It's whatever.
来てくださったのですね。アスティ、大切なお客様のために軽食を用意して。
That's entirely different. That's definitely not. Maybe it is. Who knows?
これらの経験を記録しておきます。
Nope, that's not her.
私、こんにちは。案内役のレイです。この先の登録は私が手伝います。
I don't even know who that is.
エレーシャン。この名前覚えてる？私がここにいるってことは、今、私たちは運命共同体ってこと。私はロゴス、デルフィー学会の会長です。失礼ですが、公爵様はいらっしゃいますか？ああ、羊見習いとして仕えていた頃を思い出します。ヘファイストスの火の番人は長時間持ち場を離れてはいけないのだけど、唯実者の仕事に名教師の顧問業務に、はあ、ここ私の名前はニーサだけど、
シャマーシュだ。
目標を見つけられなかったらあなたの元に来るといい、そう先生はおっしゃいました。これ刃を研ぎ澄ま、任侠はすでに刃は抜いて安心して休んでください。おかわりありませんか？影のごとく何か自分は完全に個人霧のごとく刀剣に目は断ち切れ。先生の決めろ。無念無双、差し支えない。決めろ決めろ。邪魔にはありが筋は3。かける馬も舞う鳥も武勲を立てて言うと、先にどうぞ。自分がしんがりを務めます。
自己紹介の前にさ、うちのアカウントフォローしてよ。うん、ありがとう。あ、唯実者の紫です。思い出すな、東門で授業を受けてた頃のこと。
We'll keep it consistent, just have it all in Jenny's. Cerulean Vapor Part 1. After Jantan leaves, only Zero and I remain in the motorhome. The vehicle continues in autopilot mode towards its destination while the previous silence envelops the two of us once again. Looking out the window at the greenery, I mutter the name of the land. Qian.
钱从何说起呢？这个名字既是一个国家，也是一个文明，同时还可以用来称呼他自己那漫长的历史。与年轻的北星不同， 前是世上最古老的国度之一。与虔诚的雅服不同，前没有根深蒂固的宗教传统。与钢铁般的西里尔不同，前没有对力量的向往和狂热。与弹丸之地德尔菲不同，前幅员辽阔，国土东边和西边的太阳不会同时升起。前以自己的文化、历史和习俗，创造了一个包罗万象的世界。不过，近代以来，前发生了极其激烈的变革，经历了一段动荡的岁月。这之后，前结束了长达几千年的帝制，步入现代社会。如今的钱与过往截然不同，具体有何不同，还是你亲自用眼睛看看比较好，否则非得搬出几座图书馆的学术著作才能说得清楚。至于苍岭城，则是前最大的农业生产中心，自东向西贯穿前全境的浩荡江，灌溉了辽阔的丰饶平原。苍岭城就位于丰饶平原的中央，一如其名，乃国之苍岭，已经全面实现农业机械化，各种新型作物和种植技术都在此实验。崭新的钱赋予了它崭新的面貌，涤除了旧时代的种种遗留。这是一座与土地、与钱的文化和人民连结尤为深厚的城市。就算有某种力量一夜之间把这座城市挪到世界的其他角落，它还是要回到钱，回到浩荡江畔。毕竟只有在那里，它才会焕发出它真正的精神。你们的目的地就是苍岭城，那里也是为食社所在的城市。我已经跟我的同伴们打过招呼了，只要抵达苍岭城，自会有人接应你们。
Are you coming with us?
你们不是襁褓中的婴儿，我也有自己的要事要去处理。不必担心，在你们踏上前的那一刻，你们就已经得到了为食社的庇护。无论你最后做出怎样的选择，你都是我们的贵客。尽管放心吧，没有任何人能够在这片土地上威胁到我们的客人。
The sudden breaking interrupts my memories. What's going on? Did we hear something? Sorry, I just popped a piece of a gum in my mouth. I'm chewing some gum.
车子自动驾驶系统好像出了什么问题。
Glances at the vehicle's control system and cautiously fiddles with the interface above her.
好像确实坏了。
So, what do we do now? Zero rummages through the toolbox and finds what looks like a driver's manual, quickly flipping through its pages. She swiftly skims through the book and finishes reading the rather thick manual in just 5 minutes. Impressive.
可以切换成手动驾驶模式。
Wait, you actually know how to drive?
我曾经在书中看过这种机器的结构与运作原理，刚刚也通读完了说明书。
But wait. Before I can even finish my sentence, Zero is already in the driver's seat, ready to take control.
首先启动这个，然后把这个挂到。
The engine makes a rather ominous noise.
归零重启，再来一次。先是这个，然后是这个。
The vehicle lurches forward and then comes to an abrupt stop once more. Maybe we should just forget about it.
理论上 上没问题，原理和操作顺序都很清晰。
A fluffy ball pops out from under Zero's cloak and lands on the steering wheel. Chirp, stop being reckless, Missy. You've never left the tower or driven a car in your life. Trying it now will only turn this motor home into our coffin. Wait, you're still alive? Ouch, that stings. Why the surprised look? A cute bird like me is naturally alive and well, right? I mean, who'd have the heart to let me die? That's unthinkable. Well, as a loyal pet of our dear Missy, who knows nothing about the world, I've grown accustomed to shielding her from the impact of a nuclear explosion every now and then. It's just part of my daily routine now.
你听得懂安在说什么？
Oops, looks like she's figured that out. Antrip deftly dodges Zero's hand and gracefully lands on my head. Whatever, just listen to my command. You, Missy, take the passenger seat and behave yourself. And you, pesky fool, yeah, I'm talking to you, come and sit in the driver's seat. Let this cute, smart, and charming little bird teach you how to drive. With Antrip's guidance, the vehicle starts moving slowly towards our destination.
不要在意他说了什么，他只是一只脑子不太好使的蠢鸟而已。
Chirp, chirp. Wait, what? I can't believe it. Am I nothing more than a silly bird to you? You used to tell me how lonely you felt on those melancholy nights. Antrip once again manages to slip away from Zero's grasp. Hey, now that's going too far. I didn't teach you to be such a rude girl. Are you taking it out on me just because you're feeling uneasy? That's not fair.
闭嘴，安。
Nah, I've had enough. I'm angry. Even a sweet, adorable little bird like me can get angry, you know? You're angry because you feel so helpless after the downfall of Emeon, and now you're desperately trying to prove yourself, pretending you can do everything. Deep down, you're just afraid that Uzabeni might leave you behind. But you know what? You're just a clueless girl who has never set foot outside the tower. You have no idea how to operate any machinery, and you lack even basic social skills. Zero whips out her wand and swiftly knocks Angel down, and then tosses it out the window like it was trash. Her movements are quick and decisive, without any hesitation. Is it alright?
他唯一的优点就是很难死掉。不管你从他嘴里听到什么东西，请全部当作没有听过一样忘掉。
Fine. I don't have the guts to say no to her. However, you're angry because you feel so helpless after the blah, 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 blah. But what it just said now. I accidentally clicked. Zero gives me a stern look, indicating that further discussion on the topic will result in my removal from the vehicle, similar to how she dealt with the bird.
詹坦已经跟我说过了，巴别塔的事情，谢文慧的事情，除去那些本来就在塔外执勤的艾米安，
You're telling me Nana
我
and
们是那
Shamash
场事
died?
件中唯二的幸存者。现在，无论是从名义上，还是从实质上，谢文慧都已经覆灭了。不过还好，我们得到了唯实社的协助。
Oh, well, I highly doubt that. Wait, sure.
詹坦就是唯实社的人，准确来说，他是唯实社和谢文慧的桥梁，同时隶属于我们双方。唯实社是意向管制联盟的成员之一，像是谢文慧一直守望着欧贝德，他们守望的是东方的钱。不过据詹坦所言，唯实社现在也遇上了一些意料之外的状况。
Is it something like an anomaly? After she responds, she glances out the window vigilantly as if she notices something unusual. As the sun moves towards the eastern horizon, dusk gradually envelops the surroundings. A faint vapor seems to emanate from the dense trees on both sides of the road. As twilight deepens, the vapor thickens, likely due to the dropping temperature. The streetlights illuminate the surroundings, but within the vapor, their glow appears dim, resembling faintly glowing jellyfish swimming in the depths of the sea. What's wrong? Anything unusual?
雾的颜色。
As she mentions it, I notice a faint cerulean hue in the vapor ahead of the headlights.
我从没见过青色的雾，也没在书上读到过类似的现象。而且从刚才开始，雾就一直在不断变浓，能见度已经从120米锐减至60米。减速吧。
Soon, darkness engulfs our surroundings. Doesn't look like it. Only two beams of light from the car's headlights pierce through the vapor. As Zero mentioned, even these columns of light are gradually diminishing. The streetlights on both sides of the road have shrunk to flickering will-o'-the-wisps.
保持这个速度，别停车。
The color of the vapor continues to intensify to the point where it cannot be ignored. Like a thin layer of paint, it coats everything outside the windows with a cerulean tint. The headlights now only illuminate less than 10 meters ahead. Nevertheless, the diffused light is sufficient to outline the shadows of the trees lining the roadside. The road lies eerily quiet, devoid of any other vehicles. We are the sole travelers, resembling a ship traversing through a thick fog. The undulating, jagged silhouettes of the trees silently loom over us, stirring up a sense of unease in my heart. Should we stop here?
这雾气很有可能是某种异象，或至少是它所产生的间接影响，而我们已经驶入其中。我们对这异象一无所知，若贸然停车， 永远无法再使出浓雾的可能性也是有的。没有遇到明确的阻挡因素之前，请尽量向前开。
On some Silent Hill shit. Time passes in an uncanny silence until...
刹车。
Okay. But it is already too late. Before I can execute Zero's command, I see a massive shadow emerge in front of the headlights. Ooh. In the next instant, I experienced a head-on collision. Darkness descends as my face makes impact with the airbag from the steering wheel. A disorienting spin follows, as if the entire car has tumbled, followed by an unending sensation of falling. After what feels like a minute, or perhaps a year, the world finally stops spinning and tranquility settles in. Can't dodge. Oh, stealth. Oh, I see. Clusters of dark green crystals formed from some unknown substance and solidified into blah blah blah. Unlike aged patina, these clusters emit a vivid radiance as if they will never decay. What did that say? Solidify into peculiar geometric shapes. Unlike steel or silver, Jesus Christ. Unlike steel or silver, these clusters possess colors reminiscent of living organisms rather than crystalline formations. In short, these otherworldly clusters are unlike any known material.
从来没有在书中看过这种东西。
It's bright and shiny. Is it a gem? It must be. Can I take a piece? Antwerp's eyes light up as it attempts to perch on one of the crystal clusters. As soon as its claw touches one of the crystals, it recoils as if shocked. Ew, that's gross. My claws are all dirty now. These things are definitely not gems. Oh, I had to destroy in a certain order. So now I cannot progress. I had to get caught. Ugh.
要画上句号了吗？
That's kind of dumb. Get over here. Get over here. There. Mm-hmm. Really? Okay. The device in front of you features an interactive screen with 4 switches. What the fuck? It's emergency marquee. Power supply inactive. Please activate power supply. Power supply inactive. Power supply activated. The unit is now operational. Emergency. Lift barricade. Cannot be activated again within an hour. Sure. Barricade lifted. Please proceed forward. Is there another barricade or something? There is. Stores dodge ability and movement. Now I can dodge. I can't interact with this anymore. That's kind of dumb. Insect A is attached to the roots, blah, blah, blah. However, it's not the vibration of the hue. Okay, sometimes what I do when the text is like rolling, I click on it again just so the text can show itself in full. But for some reason with this game, when I do that, it'll just move on to the next bit of dialogue. That's annoying. The insect eggs attached to the roots emit a fluorescent green glow. However, it's not the vibrant hue of life. Instead, it resembles the cold luminescence of inorganic matter. Normal insect eggs, despite their repulsive colors, give the impression that something is growing inside and will soon hatch. These eggs, on the other hand, possess captivating colors but feel cold and stagnant. Whatever lies inside them has long ceased to grow. The fluid inside the eggs have been accumulating, ready to burst at any moment. Can I really not go back and interact with the thing anymore? Or... Yeah, I can't. Part 2, Cerulean Vapor. The fog is so dense that the road can barely be seen ahead. Relying on her combat instincts, Zero eliminates the last of the greenish monsters that attempted to attack her. As the dust settles, Zero wanders around in confusion, covering head. Actually, you know what? I know what it is. So when I click on it and then it shows all the dialogue all at once, because it would be on autoplay, the game would read it as me as the text being finished, like showing itself. I don't know how to better describe it. I guess the autoplay reads it as, oh, that's all the text in this dialogue, on to the next one, if that makes any sense. The moment she realized that she is completely separated from Usabeni, her pupils contract sharply. Calm down, Zero. Antwerp, having returned, lands on Zero's head and pecks at her. Don't worry, that guy isn't that incompetent. Let me look around for you. Look what I found. There's a what? There's a lit up house not far ahead. This time it just completely skipped it. What the hell? Let's head that way, and even if that guy isn't there, we can ask the locals for help. Come on, let's hurry. I'll lead the way. Alright, fully healed. I can fight now.
洞悉无疑。
Oh, come on, man. I forget that you can only like dodge 2 times in a row before it goes on a cooldown. Path blocked. Please enter the password. Chirp. Wait, what? What are you doing, silly girl? Why are you breaking this stuff? What if its owner doesn't want to help us now? Don't break anything unless you have to. We're in a civilized society here. If you do something bad, you'll end up getting arrested. I wish you could shut up. Alright, calm down. The password the machine mentioned might be the name of the owner here. This place should be the owner's manners or something like that. Anyway, let's look around. Maybe we can find something. And chirp. Shut up. Talk too much. Pond module number 3, blah blah blah, region E11, person in charge, blah blah G. Some of the information has been blurred by rust. Observation pod 2, blurred by rust. Long G. Who the hell would make their password their name? Are you insane? It's not a very good password. Look what I've found. Zero stares at the trail of footsteps, her voice still cold and harsh.
为什么会有2道脚印？
One of them is definitely from that guy. I can't be mistaken, but the other one? I don't get it. I'm just a little bird with a brain the size of a walnut. This is too complicated for me.
是被挟持了吗？
The murderous aura surrounding Zero becomes palpable. Antrim flinches and quickly hides under Zero's cloak. I'm feeling sleepy. The dawn is almost there, and even this diligent bird needs to catch some Zeds. Zeds. I'm Canadian, so I call it Zed. Dongji! Yeah. Oh, is that freaking old man? Dongji. The world spins and a cacophony of crashing dizziness and pain assault my senses, plunging me into darkness. Finally, the falling sensation ends and I feel the moist, soft touch of the summer soil beneath me. A warm liquid trickles down my skin. It feels as though my every joint has been brutally loosened by a screwdriver, leaving me gasping for breath. After a while, I managed to stand up. Was I ejected from the car? Upon inspecting my body, I noticed scrapes and bruises on my arms and legs, but thankfully no broken bones or severe injuries. I find myself in a wild field, where the abundant grass and trees have softened the impact of the fall. However, when I look up, all I see is darkness stretching indefinitely, accompanied by an eerie silence. I cannot see any cars or find the way back. There are no lights and no traces of Zero. The vapor thickens, becoming more humid, and I struggle to determine if it is the vapor or my blood making my skin sticky. A faint light hangs in the distance, possibly the moon, but instead of illuminating the darkness, it just adds to the eerie atmosphere. I call out for Zero multiple times, but my shouts disappear into the vast darkness without an echo. Despite my efforts to remain composed, fear seeps in, sending shivers up my spine. What should I do now? This is the first time I realize how limited my knowledge of the world is. Which direction should I go? After some hesitation, I follow my intuition and choose a direction that seems to lead me back to where I came from. The summer field resembles a humid swamp, causing my feet to sink into the grass. It feels as though invisible fingers tug at my shoes and pants. The cerulean vapor clings to the air, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. A growing sense of unease envelops me as the grotesque silhouettes emerge from the vapor. Some resemble mutilated figures and others indescribable entities. Where am I headed now? Am I retracing my steps or venturing deeper into the mountains? Or worse, am I unknowingly walking toward the bottomless Grandeur River? At that moment, the silhouette within the vapor starts to move. I freeze, my hair standing on end, fixing my gaze on the silhouette, hoping it's just swaying grass. But to my dismay, it continues to move, accompanied by a faint rustling sound that grows closer by the minute. Should I run or scream? My brain falters, leaving me helpless as the silhouette looms larger in my vision. It is the silhouette of a human, but with an otherworldly face. The person raises their hand, removes something from their face, and approaches me. I stand frozen as the person brings their hand up to cover my face with something. Suddenly, my breathing becomes easier as a weight presses against my face. I reach out and realize it is a mask. A gas mask. The mask eases my breathing and alleviates the hallucination caused by oxygen deprivation. I carefully observe the stranger who has helped me in the dense vapor. His gaze is calm and kind, devoid of any hostility. Just as I am about to speak, he shakes his head and places a finger on his lips, signaling for silence. A rustling sound emerges from the depths of the vapor. Something is stirring behind the rice fields. He gestures for me to follow and proceeds forward. After a moment of hesitation, I decide to follow him. The streetlights in the darkness gradually grow brighter. It is not due to an increase in their power, but rather because the thick vapor that had enveloped the area is dissipating.
好了，现在可以说话了。
The difference between this, the JP one, and the EN one. Actually, the difference between CN and JP compared to the EN, rather. The EN voice for Wuxia, this is Wuxia, but the EN voice for Wuxia here, it sounds a little too soft. In this one, he sounds actually like mature. The stranger removes his mask.
苍岭台已经颁布了禁止外出的命令，普通人不该在这种时期还在外面徘徊。你是遇上了什么不得不出来的事态吗？等等，你不是钱的人。
He seems to have noticed that I'm not dressed like a typical resident. Evil. I'm here on a trip. I'm here for business. I explain about the car accident on the road to Sanglin City.
原来是这样。抱歉，你一定被吓得不轻。我刚刚的语气有点太过了。
With a tinge of regret, he crashes down and attempts to inspect the bruise on my leg from the incident or accident.
还能走吗？
I politely decline his offer of assistance, preferring to remain cautious when dealing with a stranger. He gave you a gas mask, come on. Sensing my hesitation, he refrains from making any further gestures and maintains a respectful distance.
你恐怕是错过了新闻通知吧？苍岭城已经封城1周有余了。
Under quarantine, what's happening here?
我们也不太清楚具体是什么情况。据苍岭台的说法，浩荡江被某种物质污染了，这里的植物和动物都大面积感染了不知名的疫病，动物都不再受人类控制。至于植物，如你所见，都生长出了奇怪的铁锈。恰逢夏秋交接，秋雾也起来了。 污染物也一定程度散布到了空气里，所以苍岭台已经明令普通人不得外出。
Who might you be?
我的名字是吴石，我是这里民间巡逻队的一员。
Vigilantes. Vigilantes?
这里是城郊，居民分布零散，再加上大部分发疯的动物主要都是在野外徘徊。 所以，我们这些农民自发形成了志愿队，轮流巡视农田的状况。一方面是确保所有人都遵守宵禁，另一方面是防止那些不受控制的农畜袭击人。你的车辆恐怕就是被牛群袭击了。
I had a companion with me. Could you please? No. Upon hearing my plea, Wuxia shakes his head.
雾太浓。 你也受了伤，不该继续在外面行动。我会报告给威明斯的人，要他们去搜查你的同伴的。别担心，威明斯的人行动速度很快，你的同伴会平安无事的。我先就近送你去我认识的人家那里落脚吧，后续的事情等雾散了再说。
Accompanied by Wuxia, we arrive at a small residence. Wuxia presses the doorbell, and shortly afterward, a faint cough is heard from behind the door. See, now that's how an old guy should sound. An old man with grizzled hair opens the door. Upon seeing Wuxia and me in our current state, he appears surprised as he steps aside to let us in.
先进来吧。
After Wusha enters the house, the two of them go into the kitchen, engaging in a hushed conversation. Taking this moment, I look around. The furniture is unremarkable, consisting of typical Qian-style tables and chairs. On the tables are scattered papers that appear to be sketches depicting crops rather than ornamental flowers. Wusha walks out of the kitchen.
你先在这里歇一会儿吧。龙先生已经将你的事情报给了威民司，他们偏亮就会派人来接你。
Wusha puts his mask back on and heads towards the door. Wait, where are you going?
我去你坠车的地方再搜寻一下，看看能不能帮你找到你那个失散的同伴。
He walks out of the door. As I stand up, attempting to follow him, the old man comes out of the kitchen and scolds me. Sit your dumb ass down.
现在的年轻人怎么都那么有勇无谋啊？都伤成这样，就不要逞能了。
He places a first aid kit on the table and firmly holds me down, tending to my wounds.
大致的情况啊，那孩子已经告诉我了。别担心，那小子心地善良，也有点身手在身上。既然允诺了你事情，就一定会践行。
The old man's hands are noticeably frail. The occasional coughing that fills the air causes him to stoop, as if the weight of years has transformed from mere wrinkles on his forehead into a tangible burden resting on his shoulders. He appears more fragile than someone who, like myself, who has just been through a car accident. I give up the idea of breaking free from his grasp, fearing it may cause him harm.
看来你很累了，年轻人。你一定遇到了很多事，但现在什么也不用回答，先去休息、睡觉，一切等明天早上醒来再说。精疲力尽的时候，没有什么良药胜过睡眠。
It is already late into the night. A place so close to the river and fields would typically be filled with the sounds of cicadas and frogs. Ribbit. However, as I listen, there is nothing but an eerie silence. It's unusually quiet for a summer night. Oh, gee, I wonder why. The stale air inside the house reminds me of the mysterious vapor, as if I am once again enveloped by it, suffocating. What happened to Zero? Is she still trapped in the vapor? Sleeping is out of the question. I decide against taking a walk outside to calm my mind. I notice a figure sitting in the dark hallway. Who are you? Who's there? The light switches on.
我还以为啊，只有我这样的老人家才会失眠。我不用担心我，只是这把老骨头啊，近来越来越不中用了而已。是不是这里的床太硬了，你睡不惯啊？
No, I'm worried about my companion. It's just that something's been bothering me. I'm worried about Zero.
既然如此，就坐一会儿吧。这里还有些葡萄，是轻雾泛起之前，我从田里摘下来的。吃吧。
Grapes.
你叫什么名字啊？ 我叫农记。
农记。
我和庄稼打了一辈子交道，现在退休了，在家伺候园子。看你的样子，是从很远的地方来的吧？
Exactly. I'm not entirely sure exactly.
哎呀，如果你是来观光的，那只怕要失望了。这个时候出了这档子事儿，苍林城平时可不是这样的，偏偏又是赶在入秋之前。哎呀，难得远方可至，还是不谈这些扫兴的事儿了。葡萄味道如何啊？
They're quite unique. Feels like each one has its own distinct flavor.
是吗？
Surprised by my answer, the old man picks 2 grapes and tastes them.
看来甲4七5株和丙3七7株的杂交性状还是不够稳定。啊，问题大概是出在葡萄糖和酒石酸的比例上。下次应该重新筛选子代。
You a botanist? Do you study plants?
抱歉啊，刚才冒昧让你吃了实验中的新品种。不过可以放心，这些葡萄啊没有危险，也没受过轻物的污染。本来我还种了不少适合待客的传统品种，但那些品种啊，都要再过些日子才能成熟。可自从江边轻雾弥漫之后，它们的生长节律都停滞了。6亩深类母本，9亩沉类母本，4亩甲型副本和8亩戊型副本。 再加上他们交叉配出来的71亩试验田，整整100亩地，眼看着就要颗粒无收了。
You're cultivating such a huge area all by yourself? Wait, you call that a few acres?
等天亮后，你会看到的，整个丰饶平原都是我们的农田。 那才叫壮观，那才是真正的天下苍林。不过，我当然不是自己一个人种地，我毕竟啊是个老头子了。哦，那儿，窗外边，能看到吗？
Following Nongji's gesture, I faintly make out a row of tower-like shadows illuminated by the moonlight.
那是塔式连排移动耕作终端，是苍林城的中央农业生产系统的一部分末梢。有了那玩意儿，一个人可以种将近2000亩地，播种、灌溉、撒药、收割，他全能干。 只需要按照季节接入中央农业生产系统的不同子系统就行了。我平时偶尔去田里转转，采些活体样本做分析就行了，剩下的事情都是机器在操心。但现在，制素司终止了生产活动，这些机器 也派不上什么用场。苍林台的全部重心都放在了粮食调度上。
There be a famine? Will the crops fail?
我是真正见过饥荒的人。15年前，在西极域那边，你看起来很年轻啊。 也不像是本地人，或许对那段历史并不了解。可我们这一代人忘不掉那光景的。过去在钱的土地上耕种啊，可不像现在。那是一件非常劳苦、非常艰辛的事儿。 那时人们仅仅是为了吃饱饭，就要竭尽全力，甚至拼上性命。我的梦想，就是孩子们能生活在一个不用体验我们吃过的苦、受过的罪的世界里。你刚才看到的那些机器，让我看到了这个梦想实现的曙光。多亏有了他们，孩子们的肩膀和双手不必早早被生活磨出厚厚的茧子。这些机器本应昼夜不停，可眼下，哎呀，我只希望，不管苍岭城发生了什么，都能尽快平息。毕竟，农事不会等人，日光和雨水都是按照节令走的，错过了时间，就是颗粒无收。
Confluence, 2 chests. Shit. Not fully staffed. Yeah. Screw it, I'll just place her. The thing is in Chinese VA, I don't have to hear the god-awful accent from her. No hate towards the EN VA for Shin, but like, why the accent, man? Like, why the accent?
苍岭台那边的情况我一直在关注，没有什么需要特别通报的。现在快速过一下社里这边的状况，水源隔离工作如何了？
中央农业生产系统已停止自浩荡江集水，丰饶平原全域灌溉终止。跨水系向苍岭城紧急调水的工程正在迅速进行，在中央域统筹指挥下，各域都派出了工程力量全力支持。
Really is true.
但浩荡江水引起的异象并未终止，作物生长节律依旧处于终止状态，且无人机监控表明，被异象感染的植被面积仍在不断扩大。这也能理解，整个江阴域的地下水系源头都是浩荡江。若不尽快阻止，只怕再过些日子，这就不是能控制在江阴域范围以内的问题了。
罗格斯小姐已经将样本带回德尔菲了吗？
神云所已经开始检测浩荡江水样本了，但是进展不佳。此外，苍岭城居民受异象影响的征兆越来越明显。那些症状只是普通人看不出来，但以我们的观察，即使患者的皮肤逐渐转为不健康的青色，跟被感染的作物一样。还有就是牲畜和野生动物的问题。据我们统计，各养殖中心及各自然保护监测节点已经上报了1600多起动物异常行为，这还只是被人目击到的部分。过去1周来，这类报告以每天10%的速度激增。许多人都在要求对养殖区进行全面检疫，这个事情我不用说，你应该也知道。基生司那边肯定早就焦头烂额了。
自渊泉阁下离开苍岭城已经1周了，千羽城的情况竟有这么棘手吗？渊泉阁下亲自出马都无法解决。如此说来，今年的丰登庆典必须推迟了。
有道理啊，但丰登庆典毕竟是苍岭城1年最重大的节庆，它不只是一场活动，还寄托了无数人的祈愿，是人们生活的一部分。如果推迟，民众必定会议论纷纷。
我了解，但形势所迫，我明天就和苍岭台的同事们讨论此事。
要不晚点公布？ 公布太早或许会引起人们不安，甚至掀起大范围的恐慌。
晚一点，晚到什么时候呢？拖得越久，人们的猜测和疑惑就越深。所以，一旦苍岭台决定推迟庆典，就应当尽早公布消息。诚实不会带来恐惧，隐瞒才会。
请打断一下。詹谭刚刚发来了联络，他有很多事情要汇报。巴比塔和新闻会那边看起来不怎么妙。
我明白了，现在替我接入他的通讯频道。
Jing scans the hall and notices the absence of a familiar figure.
对了，心在哪儿？这丫头又跑哪里野了？
开会，天天开大会，总算是从这里溜出来喽。哎，这里不是老爷子的地盘吗？不如去找他要点好吃的。作为回报，我就义务帮他巡逻一下田地里的情况好啦。夜挺深了，不知道老爷子还醒着没？哎，怎么回事？周围的灯光都亮起来了。是老爷子？先去看看到底是什么情况吧。
Clicked on it. Could it be the old man? No, he never goes to the field at this hour.
在枪雷中消散吧！牙还牙，松弛电掣，以牙还牙。在枪雷中消散吧！在枪雷中消散吧！
After some effortion, here's a faint hum for the switchboard. Streetlights begin to illuminate one by one. In the newfound light, she spots several damaged crates tucked away in the corner. The board next to the road states the following. And take one last look around.
闹够了吧？给我停下！
Jesus Christ, the sound effect is loud.
风驰电掣，以牙还牙，在枪雷中消散吧！
Alright, that's the 2 chests. Alright. Good thing I went back. Hmm.
这是车祸现场？苍岭城的封城令已经发布了，这种情况怎么会有外人来这里兜风啊？ 以牙还牙！
Hmm. I know the sound mixing is really inconsistent sometimes with this game. Like, I would turn down sound effects, but like the sound effects from like the UI and stuff would still be super loud. I turn down sound effects, it's like it's lower than voice and music, and it's still blaringly loud.
把未经允许入侵别人领地的野兽驱逐出去吧。
PGR kind of has that too, though. Not just this game. I know Zero went in this direction, but I guess it doesn't really matter. Oh, yeah, it doesn't really matter. It still ends up being.
难道是匪徒？
Doesn't weave in our ult sometimes? Not for me.
总算逮到你这个入侵者了。
For me, it would be.
鬼鬼祟祟的在这里干什么呢？
For me, it would be stigmata. Whenever you're in, whenever you're doing those sword wave attacks from midair, that shit's really loud.
不说话，不说话就别怪我不客气了。
Time passes quickly as Nongji and I engage in casual conversation. When I suddenly become aware of the time, a few rays of the rising sun have already seeped through the gaps in the curtains and into the house. At that moment, I hear a sudden commotion from outside. Instinctively, I think of the wild animals, but upon listening more closely, I realize that something does not match. Nongji stands up and walks out of his house. Now far away, 2 figures are standing on the ridge, facing each other under the morning sun. One of them appears unfamiliar to me, but the other one is. Zero! My wife. My girlfriend. The girl whose name I call freezes in place. Stop it!
是。哎，老爷子，是你啊！
At that very moment, the tip of the spear halts mid-air. The girl named Shin manages to stop her momentum just in time.
你在干什么呢？那是我的客人啊！
Although Nongji has now fully grasped the situation, he realizes that Zero is my missing companion and diffuses the conflict with a simple statement.
Huh?
Stop there, Zero. Upon seeing Nongji and me, the two girls resembling cats caught in a private fight retract their sharp claws in unison. All the people who were originally facing off on the ridge return to the house. In silence, a dark figure appears under the shade of a nearby tree. Wuxia's gaze remains enigmatic as he observes the house from a distance. After a while, he shakes his head, then vanishes like a phantom. Whenever I click on anything in the menu or with the UI, it's super loud. Despite me having sound effects being that low. Granary of the nation. Granary? Inside Nongji's house.
这可不算我的问题，怎么会有人大半夜在私人领地鬼鬼祟祟的行动？我还以为是什么歹徒呢。
The redheaded girl grumbles while digging into her rice bowl. Zero and I sit at the other end of the table, struggling to find our appetites. We are still catching our breath from that life-threatening experience. Meanwhile, one of the culprits seemed unfazed, casually eating and drinking after entering into the room.
谢，不要那么没有礼貌，误伤了人就该道歉。
什么误伤？哪里有误伤？你看，之前不是好好的吗？你说我伤到你了吗？
Zero remains composed with her eyes closed, showing no reaction. Obviously, the red-haired girl feels reluctant to apologize.
话说，还不是老爷子你死活不肯离开这里，仓廪台都颁布进城避难通知了，你倒好，非要留在郊外。我要不是担心你，也不会天天往这里跑，闹出这种事情。
She hands her empty bowl to Nongji. Nongji takes it, gives her another large bowl of rice.
什么担心我？我看你这孩子，就是每天想来我这里蹭点饭。
这也算是其中一个原因。谁叫你做的东西那么好吃？
Then she turns around, giving Zero and me a sharp look.
不过老爷子，我劝你还是小心点比较好，不要把一些来历不明的家伙往家里请。
Just then, something in Shin's pocket starts ringing. Shin frowns and takes it out. It is a communicator.
啊，怎么是亲啊？
Despite her reluctance, Shin answers the call.
喂，我在外头溜达呢。啊，没错，是在农业区这边。啊，找人？ 怎么又要我干这种跑腿活啊？啊，行，别念了，你描述一下呗。其中一个头发是银灰色的，眼睛金色，18岁上下是吧？1.6米啊。你描述一下穿着。
Excuse me. Zero opens her eyes, staring at Shin in silence. Unaware, Shin continues taking notes, apparently not realizing that the person sitting across from her perfectly matches the description on the communicator.
黑色披风，白色裙子，身侧挂着一本书，耳侧有朵波斯菊的头饰。哼，我想象不出来，怎么会有人穿得那么抽象
？Shin rolls her eyes as she speaks as the person on the other end with the communicator until her gaze lands on Zero. The air freezes for several seconds as I witness Shin's vivid expression change from confusion to realization and finally settle on astonishment.
等等。
The red-haired girl, finally realizing the truth, slams the table and points at Zero's face, shouting,
是你！
威慑. Start. The sun has fully risen, dispersing the thick vapor. We bid farewell to Nongji. Apparently, Nongji is an ordinary person, and there are certain things that are not intended for him to hear. Zero and I never imagined that the composed Jantan and the impulsive girl in front of us actually belong to the same organization. That is, Weisha. After a while, the outline of a city gradually comes into view. Compared to a city, Sanglin's city resembles more of a garden nestled amidst the fertile plains. Human settlements blend harmoniously with the natural surroundings, creating a picturesque landscape reminiscent of a traditional ink painting. Verdant, serene, and peaceful, it shimmers under the sunlight, akin to the most melodious part of a song. However, there is a subtle sense of discord, as if an inexplicable ink blot has marred a carefully composed painting, or an incorrect note has intruded upon a harmonious refrain. This sense of discord stems from the cerulean rust that has corroded the walls and floors, as well as the quarantine area that separates the city from the outside world. Shin, who has been leading the way, suddenly turns around and walks towards us.
你们就是从那什么歇文会来的难民吧？
Refugees? Wouldn't use the term refugee.
什么妥当不妥当的？真讨厌你们这些爱挑人说话毛病的家伙，总喜欢说我措辞不当，措辞不当，意思表达对了不就好了？
So much better.
纠结那么多细节干什么？
Especially considering that she's a Chinese-based character. Jin stares, turns aggressive.
算了算了，这不重要。我警告你们，待会儿不要跟亲告我状。
As I wonder about the Jing that she keeps mentioning, a clear and soothing voice resonates throughout the city, reaching every corner. The holographic image of a young, composed, and majestic woman appears all over the city.
尊敬的苍岭城居民，我是明镜司的直径，姬兰青。因日前出现原因不明的扩散疾病，苍岭城目前已经进入1级紧急状态。
Her real name is G.
请知悉且遵循以下管理条例。
Holy text.
1. 该疾病暂时命名为青痢，直观症状为皮肤呈现近于金属的异常青色，反应迟钝、食欲衰退等。请关注自己及身边居民是否出现上述症状。 2. 身体出现不适者，请立即前往最近的定点医疗机构报告，并接受检查。 3. 已接受隔离治疗措施者，请遵循医嘱及医护人员的引导，不要过度恐慌。 4. 目前嫌疑最大的感染源头为浩荡江，因此自来水厂暂停从浩荡江集水。苍岭台已组织专门运输力量从外地调配干净水源，保障生活用水供应。 5. 基于上述理由，浩荡江两岸已划出宽1.5公里的进入区，在另有通知前，请勿前往江边游泳、汲水、垂钓，跨江交通将一律暂时终止。6. 动物易受到清理影响，不受人类控制。为保护居民安全，晚上7时以后，苍岭城将执行宵禁，请留在家中，不要随意外出。感谢所有居民的收听，感谢各位的理解和支持。苍岭台将竭尽全力，以最快的速度解决清理，使大家的生活秩序恢复正常。
The female representative offers a slight bow towards the camera before her holographic image fades away. Shortly after, a male holographic figure emerges. In contrast to the female representative's assertiveness, the new representative exudes a warm and gentle demeanor.
尊敬的苍岭城居民，我是苍岭台质素司司长风林。首先，向各位诚恳道歉，清理严重影响了苍岭城的生产生活秩序，甚至威胁到人民生命财产安全。对此，质素司负有不可推卸的责任。此刻，质素司正与苍岭台其他部门的同事们一道全力以赴地调查清理源头。我们向人民保证，一定尽快找出治疗方案。广大群众十分关心清理会对今年的农业收成带来怎样的影响。我代表质素司向各位做一个简要汇报。第一，清理同样对植物影响巨大，而且能在不同种类的作物之间跨物种传播，受影响的作物的症状与动物相似。第二，在植物上，清理并不致死，但受清理影响者出现了绝育症状。换句话说，作物的子房不再发育，不再结出种子和果实。第三，绝大多数作物可食用的部分都是其种子、果实，这导致苍岭城本年度的产量锐减至接近0，因此目前形势极为严峻。第四，鉴于以上事态，择生院已经下达一系列指令，统筹调度前的所有储备粮，苍岭城也已经打开储备粮仓。我们的粮食储量足以在没有收成的情况下支持2年以上，请各位不必惊慌。第五，好的一方面是，目前所有作物都仍未死亡，若我们能尽快治愈清理，也许还可以抢救回部分收成。再次向苍岭城的人民，特别是耕种者和生产者们真诚致歉。苍岭台必将查明清理的源头，并治愈清理。
The young man bows deeply. Broadcast concludes, and one after another, the holographic projections across the city fade away. Shin shifts her gaze, making it difficult to discern her mood. She gestures towards the direction where the projection was displayed.
喏，刚刚那个人就是青。
That is Jing. Are members of Weisha allowed to appear in public media?
一时半会儿懒得解释了，快跟上来，我得赶紧带你们回去社里。
6. 动物易受到清理影响，不受人类控制。为保护居民安全，晚上7时以后。
跟上来，最近城内也不是很太平，我需要带你们尽快回到卫士社。
The color of the water looks eerie. It is as if a large amount of copper ions have diffused into the water, giving the river an unnatural greenish blue hue.
水的颜色
It's like the river back in the
很奇怪，对吧？就像是被撒了什么染料似的。
Yijincho and Like
一
a
周前
Dragon.
还没那么糟糕，
Maybe that's why.
也不知道前往青玉城的人都干了什么。
Tons of copper in
怎
the
么还没
river.
阻绝这些物质对江水的侵蚀？青玉城， 据说这次异象的源头是在青玉城，我们只是因为处于下游，所以才被波及了，而传播的媒介就是这条浩荡江。
Qingyu. It's all your fault, Qingyu. Qingyu City. It's all your fault. JK.
路中又被入侵城市的动物破坏掉了。
Pesky animals.
哼，说到就到。陨落。
See, and now the sound effects are so fucking quiet. They're unbelievably quiet now.
现在也没时间修复这些路桩了，先过去吧。
Shin lifts her foot and forcefully stomps on a stump that is stuck in the middle. Yeah, it's very inconsistent. Like, even PGR isn't this inconsistent with its mixing. With the audio mix. See how loud the ult is. See, for some reason it's just Shin's ult that's really loud. Yeah, it's just Shin's ult that's really, really loud. Zero's is completely fine. Is there nothing else? Guess not. Was a little bit of lag.
陨落。总算是到了。
Coming into view is a doorway resembling an ink painting. The gracefully ascending eaves of the roof resemble distant mountains depicted in artwork. The beams and arches extend outward in a natural manner, reminiscent of the horizon at the edge of those far-off mountains. In contrast to the Tower of Babel's majestic grandeur, the entrance of Wei Shi exudes a more intimate aura, resembling a warm embrace rather than a condescending glance from above. The turpentine-like glow emanating from within seems to beckon visitors inside. However, the doorway enshrouded in a dark verdant inkiness does not reveal the specific intent behind the invitation. Is it scrutiny, curiosity, contemplation, or perhaps it is none of the above? Wei Shi. What exactly is the ancient secret organization Qian like? One that has existed for thousands of years. After organizing my thoughts, I follow Shin and enter through the main gate. He's off sound cues. Luckily, I can still hear like the sound cues from like enemy attacks and stuff. That and there's the visual cue where they have a red flashing light. Secretary Qing. Upon stepping into the hall, my previously uneasy heart suddenly calms like a ship moored in a windless harbor. The hall is adorned with pools on both sides featuring lotus plants. Drops of water roll down the lotus leaves, creating ripples that slowly blend into the seemingly endless vapor of water. Vague bamboo shadows can be seen behind elegant curtains and screens, exuding a classic flavor. Suspended in the air at the end of the corridor is a complex armillary sphere, depicting an enigmatic representation of the stars. Beneath the stars stands an imposing figure dressed in cerulean blue. We have seen this figure before through the holographic projection. The stress brought by the holographic figure pales in comparison to the stress of this real encounter. As the cerulean figure turns around and fixes her gaze on us, even Shin stops bouncing and stands aside silently with her arms wrapped around herself.
欢迎谢文会的各位来到前，来到苍岭城。我是很想这么说，但各位都已经看到了，我们实在是有些自顾不暇。礼节不周之处，尚请见谅。我是青，既是为食社的成员。 也是苍岭城苍岭台明镜司的直径。
直径。
目前，苍岭城、为食社乃至整个前都在全力应对清历带来的粮食危机。尽管如此，但同为意向管制联盟的盟友，我们也有义务协助谢文会。特别是，巴别图书馆馆长亲至此处，就更是如此。
There seems to be a subtle change in the way Qing looks at me.
几位看起来风尘仆仆，想必经历了许多艰辛之事。虽然詹谈事先打过了招呼，不过我还是有许多疑问尚待解惑。我本不该在这时候提出尖锐的问题，但问题是因事实才尖锐，而这些事实，并不会因人们的无视就自行消失。 这就是我的做事方式，也是为食社的风格。现在，谢文会会长兼巴别图书馆馆长阁下，我代表为食社，要求谢文会解释意向管制联盟总部巴别塔究竟发生了何事。谢文会遭遇了什么？你们还有些什么人和资源剩下？意向管制联盟是否还有最基本的组织架构？密谋的联盟还能否存续？ 不必着急，我今天专门为你们拨出了充足的时间，也告知苍岭台不得打扰我。这里经过了最严格的窃听检查，我们的谈话不会被表层世界的人们知晓。慢慢告诉我吧，当此紧要关头，希望我们能对彼此诚实无欺。
Well, it's a long story to be honest. It's 3 chapters long.
竟然是鹰城之界再度出手了吗？真是令人意外。但更令我震惊的是，叛徒居然出自谢文会内部。恕我直言，这样的低级错误，实在不该出现在最古老的密盟之中。而你，馆长阁下，作为谢文会的领导者，对此负有不可推卸的责任。
You think I'm responsible for this? Girl, when I woke up, I was immediately put into this shit, man.
馆长阁下，虽然你刚刚接手谢文会，
Yeah.
但就你方才的描述，你是凭自己的意志踏入了巴别塔，而巴别塔的人们也给了你转身离开、回到普通生活的机会，是你选择了留下。 那么你就应当肩负起谢文会之名及与之对应的一切责任。不独为食社，意向管制联盟所有密盟都不会因为你只是个新人，就对你有所宽容或者特别优待。
Got me with that one.
既然你站在此处，就应当具备与所有密盟对等谈话的资格和
Not
胸
aware of
怀。
your game.
否则，我只能遗憾地认为，意向管制联盟将在不久的未来不复存在。
At some point, Zero silently approaches my side. Her gaze is foreboding, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. I stop her. Secretary Qing. With all due respect. Shut up. I'm just kidding. Yeah, you actually start off with saying with all due respect. That's funny. With all due respect, while we were dealing with the anomaly, We managed to confine its impact within the library. On the other hand, it appears that you allowed it to spread among the general public. Uno reverse. Would you consider this a commendable approach? Hit him with that Uno reverse. Ching adjusts her glasses.
你的口气倒是不小。
We're both in the midst of this crisis. I believe that cooperation is the key to its resolution. Rather than blaming each other, we should unite as one. I believe that we both realize the urgency of the situation now. We must get to the bottom of the anomaly occurring in Tian. Only by doing so can we prevent a reoccurrence of Emean's fate. Jing's eyes remain concealed behind the reflection on her lenses. However, I sense a sudden shift in her demeanor. The sharpness that emanated from her dissipates. As she raises her gaze once more, a gentle smile graces her lips, and her expression softens considerably.
现在我确信，谢文会的新任馆长确实担得起这个名号。您确实是有资格与为时社进行平等对话之人。
You were testing me. I don't like being tested, especially when I didn't get the chance to study.
如果我态度太严厉了，我为此道歉。但直境之人，若不敢照向真相，又何以匡正他人？为时社仍是谢文会的盟友，在应城之界的问题上，我们的立场始终一致。言归正传，我认为这件事情还大有蹊跷。应城之界想要的东西，恐怕不单单只是一个古代太阳。他们为自己的计划不惜除掉的事物，也不会只有谢文会。谢文会的遇袭和前突如其来的危机发生的时间太过巧合，其中必然有所联系。虽然我过后还要向渊泉阁下进一步汇报，但目前而言，我可以承诺，为时社愿意为谢文会提供一切力所能及的帮助。既然巴别塔已毁，我姑且认为各位目前并无妥善的安身之处。如不介意，就暂时在苍岭城住下吧。我会帮各位打好掩护，苍岭台那边也会给你们安排好一应事宜。
Thank you.
不用客气。
Or should I say 谢谢？
但如我之前说的，我们目前的重心还是解决钱的危机，其他的事情都要等到危机结束之后了。有朋自远方来，却不能一尽地主之谊，实在惭愧。还望各位留在苍岭城期间，对我们鼎力相助。毕竟这件事牵扯到整个钱，为时社的力量也捉襟见肘。帮忙的人永远不嫌多。
We're glad to help. We'll do whatever we can.
非常感谢。对了，还有一件事，虽然这是谢文会内部事务，我本不该过问，但形势所迫，请告诉我，你们的前任馆长科斯莫斯阁下现在人在何处？
I'd like to know the answer too.
果然如此，也算意料之中。智者之手行事，总是神秘莫测，无从揣测之事，多想无用。那就且看眼前吧。
Jing turns her head and gazes out the window, observing the nearby streets and the distant fields still adorned in lush greenery. Not a single trace of golden hues could be seen.
明明快要立秋了。
Jing mutters to herself.
盛夏，盛夏， 剩下太长了，变成了苦夏。
I walk into the lounge arranged by Weisha. I relax my shoulders and exhale slowly, releasing the tension that has been holding me upright. That was nerve-wracking. Despite Ching's young age, her words cut like a knife. Her piercing stare sees everything, leaving no room for secrets.
你在害怕？
Well, not that much. Okay, yes, she's downright terrifying. Eh. She's not that scary. She closes her eyes and speaks again, as if she has made up her mind about something.
离开这里吧。我会送你离开这里，和这些事情再也没有瓜葛，你可以变回一个普通人。
Hold on. For the first time, Zero interrupts me with unwavering determination.
你的意识被人动过手脚，
Nani?
你会回避去想为什么来到巴别塔，为什么要成为谢文会的馆长。这些问题就会像是你记忆中的一块盲区一样，你永远不会主动去意识和关注它们。你并不是出自自己的本意，决定承担这份责任的。
True.
我会想办法帮你解除这个催眠。在那之前，你可以选择退出这个世界。
Is it because you don't like me? Is it because you don't want me to be the head librarian? Is it because you don't think I'm good enough?
没有。更何况，这跟我的想法无关。
Oh, glad to hear that. I'm hereby rejecting your request. I catch a hint of uncertainty in her eyes. At that moment, I realize that I am not the only one who has been feeling uneasy. Anyway, we are now bound together, forever. I raise the pendant in my hand towards her. I'm the head librarian of Emeon. Your task is to protect the Tower of Babel. And to protect its head librarian, which is me. Since the Library of Babel is gone, your only task now is to protect me. Zero looks at me in silence. After a long pause, she nods.
好。
Let's figure out a solution together. We will find a way to rescue everyone stuck within the Library of Babel. Until then, Weisha, which has extended a helping hand to us, will be an invaluable ally. Aha. The cerulean blight, 2 chests. Shin. Sanglin. I wish I knew how to speak Chinese. I think Chinese is a really cool language. Same thing with Japanese. And Korean. The next day. When we return to the hall, Ching is already waiting for us in the center of the room.
两位，看来你们昨夜休息的还算安稳。
Thank you for your hospitality.
不必言谢，我们也有些事情，希望你们能够伸以援手。现下我要去仓廪台处理些公务，社内人手不足，不知你们能否在眼下为我们提供一些帮助？
What kind of help? Tell me more about it.
倒也不是什么难事。维氏社近期每日都会定时在城内巡逻和查看各户人家的情况。我希望你们也能加入巡逻的队伍中， 或许从你们的视角中，可以发现一些我们不曾注意过的盲区。
Is it really okay for us to do so? Excuse me. I was under the impression that those dealing with anomalies should remain hidden from mundane society. They should never be involved with the surface world or be known to the public. Ordinary people are not meant to be aware of anomalies or our existence. The Sanglin municipal government is responsible for governing Sanglin City, while Weisha is one of the secret organizations. However, Cheng serves as both director of the government and a member of Weisha. Jesus. Also, Weisha members can interact with ordinary people, which was previously unknown to me. So much
原来你是在困惑这个，也怪我没有解释。
I'm trying to keep up because of autoplay.
也是苍岭台明镜寺的直径。正如旃檀是仙文会和为师社的桥梁，我是苍岭台与为师社之间的桥梁。不像是进入现代后彻底隐学之中的仙文会，不再与现实有任何牵扯。为师社成立的初衷是守望与福泽整个前的所有黎民百姓，因此我们依然积极地和现实维持着健康的联系。前的当国是知晓我们存在的，必要时，我们的首脑渊泉阁下也承诺将智慧借给前的当国。当然，民众并不知晓异象的存在。现在这种情况，为师社会以官方外援的身份出现。不同土地滋养不同的人。虽然我们最终形成了联盟，但并不代表我们处事方式要完全一致。我想，这并不难理解。
As soon as Jing departs, Shin appears with an unhappy expression.
请要我带你们去城里巡逻，就当做是了解目前城里的情况了。竟让我干这些跑腿的事情，请那家伙把我当做什么了？还要我带2个拖油瓶。
Suddenly, she throws something at me. Just as the object is about to hit my forehead, Zero catches it. It is a pear. Shin looks away and waves her hand.
吃饱了再上路，肚子不填饱，别到时候晕倒在半路上。现在苍岭台禁止居民随意外出，我们得挨家挨户去查看居民情况。 走吧，今天要跑很多地方。打扰一下，我是苍岭台的，请问目前生活上有什么需要吗？
我家还好，只是配给的水能不能快点供应啊？ 比预定的时间已经晚了3个小时了，而且水也变少了。
啊，我会反映情况的。
Rationed water? Is water rationed now?
对，浩荡江水受污染之后，现在苍岭城用的都是外地调来的水源，由苍岭台统一分配，供应全城。哼，苍岭台的人干活还真是不利索。 连这点小事都做不好，回头找秦反映一下情况。
Same VA. I couldn't tell. I didn't notice. Can I adjust the volume from here? Can. Started by the noise. Yeah, I was clicking on it on instinct. Or by impulse. Started by the noise, the resident opens the door to peer at you, trying to figure out what is going on. Upon realizing that her efforts to clear the debris out of his door had attracted a swarm of mosquitoes, he looked a bit embarrassed. Nevertheless, he thanked us sincerely and handed over a small token of appreciation. You might want to consider cleaning up the front door sometime. Idiot.
打扰一下，我是仓里台的，请问目前生活上有什么需要吗？
Oh right, auto plays off.
听着声音是小新。
哦，哦，是我没错。哎，江姐姐最近怎么样了？
唉，你说到这个我就头疼。她上个月啊，就进医院里躺着了，结果你猜怎么着？妇产科医生居然说她产期延迟了。 一延就延1个月，这也太离谱了。好在检查后似乎没什么问题。哎呀，这肚子里的就算是个哪吒也该生了吧？现在还不让我们去探望一下。
哦，行，我知道了，我回头帮你去医院问问。
Looks like you're on good terms.
几个月前，他们家大女儿在过马路时跌倒了，是我背去医院的。干嘛？你那是什么眼神？我做这种事情很奇怪吗？ 怎么牛都闯进城市里了？
这到底怎么了？没烧油，为什么会有油啊？
只是一些入侵到城市里的农畜，我已经处理好了，不用担心。没什么好看的，大家不要凑热闹了，快回家去。 自从清力出现，水污染就日渐严重。现在感觉这个地方像整个发了霉一样。
Oldie. Knock.
打扰一下，我是仓里台的，请问目前生活上有什么需要吗？
没有什么需要的，就是最近半夜总能听到外面传来噪音。
什么声音？
牛叫、鸟叫。哎，昨天晚上我似乎还听见了熊叫。
熊？丰饶平原又不是深山，哪来的熊？你听错了吧？况且你知道熊怎么叫吗？
哎，你这小姑娘怎么说话那么不中听啊？我没实际听过，我总看过《动物世界》嘛。
City's iconic lotus leaves drifted gently across the surface of the water tank. The water, much deeper than I had imagined, once concealed a strange cerulean figure, veiling its depths. There's something down. I suppressed my unease and plunged my hand into the murky depths of the water tank. Alright, that's 2 of the chests.
“放我出去！我已经在家里足不出户3天了，我要受不了了！你们到底要让我们待在家里多久啊？风灯庆典到底能不能办？”
Jenny grips the spear in her hand tightly. Calm down. Just as I finish speaking, we hear a rumbling noise from the distance.
我……
好啦，老老实实待在家里吧。
但风灯庆典，我家里的孩子从上个月来就盼着这天了。
姐姐，风灯庆典还能举办吗？
别担心，会举办的。
Listen, do you want the festival to happen or do you want to die?
你们是苍岭台的人吗？请帮帮我！等等，你为什么出来了？都什么情况了？明明已经禁止随意外出了。抱歉，我只是太担心了。我父亲干农活时不小心摔折了腿，现在在住院治疗。 苍岭台不让随意出门，我没法去探视他。你们能帮我去看看他的情况吗？行吧，行吧，把你父亲的名字告诉我们吧。然后赶快给我回家，别在外面到处游逛。医院已经拥堵成这样了吗？
As soon as we step into the hospital, we are taken aback by the crowd inside. People are scattered all around, and even the aisles are filled with patients awaiting treatment. Nevertheless, the nurses manage to maintain order despite the overwhelming situation.
我去找个护士问问是什么情况。
Without waiting for our response, Shin plunges into the crowd. Zero and I exchange glances, speechless. Because the counter right next to us bears 2 prominent words. Information desk. Could it be that?
辛小姐似乎看不懂文字。
With the help of a nurse, we quickly find a doctor who is taking a break. As it turns out, the doctor is a gynecologist. Just as we enter the consultation room, a pregnant woman rises from her seat. Zero suddenly realizes something and walks up to her.
你是不是姓姜？
哎，没错，你认识我吗？
It is then that I notice the pregnant woman's name embroidered on her hospital gown. We're friends of Shin.
啊，原来是这样啊！你们是新的朋友，好巧啊！新是我们家的大恩人，我一直想之后好好谢谢他。
Excuse me. She gently puts her hand on her belly, sporting the sweetest smile.
当时如果不是他在，我的孩子或许就……你们看上去有些要紧的事情，我就先不打扰了。
你们几位有什么问题？
Oh, we're not patients. We're here on behalf of the Bureau of Oversight and Integrity. We'd like to learn about the situation here. Has anything unusual happened today?
这话问的，我怎么回答呢？
Why you give us dialogue options like that? Just
最
put it
大
in
的
the
异常
dialogue
就是
box.
病人还在不断增加吧。
病人有什么症状？
食欲衰退，新陈代谢减慢，神经反射和行动速度迟缓。我们还在寻找治疗对策。
Excuse me.
目前的死者人数有多少？
Doctor's expression becomes grave.
目前的死者数还是0。
Don't seem relieved at all.
我说的不是亲历的感染者，我说的是整个苍岭城。以苍岭城的人口来算，每天都应该有300到400名自然死亡的死者。生老病死本就是世间的常态。然而，自从亲历出现以来，苍岭城的殡仪馆再也没有接受过死者的遗体。
OK。
不仅如此，我们妇产科也再也没有迎来过新生儿。就好像生存和死亡的循环，在苍岭城被按下了暂停键一样。
Sounds similar to the contaminated crops.
这我就不知道了，我不是农业方面的专家。
By the way, we are here to visit a patient.
患者的姓名是？
我查一下记录。实在抱歉，他也是亲历的感染者，暂时还不能接受探视。这位患者我有印象，是干农活时摔断了腿，对吧？
对，只是单纯的外科腿伤，需要住院这么久吗？
这腿伤可不能用单纯来形容。实际上，他感染亲历之后， 腿部肌肉和骨骼的硬度、密度都骤升，普通的手术器械已经无可奈何了，因此我们只能让他继续住院观察。如果不是因为他现在腿部骨骼错位妨碍了痊愈，亲历带来的影响，甚至可以说是正面的。至少以他现在的骨骼硬度，就算从4、5米高的树上摔下来，也什么事都没有。没有人出生，也没有人死去。 所有的伤痛和疾病都被冻结在亲历到来的那一刻，不会继续恶化，也不会自然好转。唉，这都是什么事情？人都变成什么样了？现在怎么举办烽灯庆典？要是楚帝在世，发发慈悲就好了，解决一下钱眼下的窘境。
First Emperor.
楚地基下，前的人民所信仰的农业出土，有关他的传说可真是不胜枚举。不过抱歉，眼下我可没有时间展开聊这种事情了。你们要是感兴趣，可以去中央广场那边看看，那里就供奉了他的雕像。
要去看看吗？中央广场。
Sure. But where is Shin? We lost track of her a while ago and have not been able to find her. With all the people in the hospital, it may take a while to locate her. Let's just go there and come back quickly.
好。
Having made up our minds, we head back in the direction we came from. Not paying much attention to the road ahead, I accidentally bump into someone at the corner.
小心.
Man I bump into stands his ground and prevents me from falling.
你没事吧？等等，你是？
I focus my eyes and realize it is someone I recognize. Usha.
是你啊。抱歉，那天晚上我没有找到你的朋友。等我天亮回去的时候，龙先生说你已经离开了。不过现在看来，你已经找到你的朋友了。你们没事就好。 话说回来，你们来医院是做什么？是受伤了吗？
We just came to take a look.
医院可不是什么观光的好地方。你也听了官方通知吧？现在城内清理肆虐，寄生司还无法确定它的传播方式，实在是不该往医院这种人流密集的地方跑。
What about you? Are you injured? Are you sick? Obviously, he had not expected to be asked. In return, he pauses before answering.
没有，家妹体虚，一直在医院疗养。我来探望她。
At that point, he seems unwilling to continue the conversation. He shakes his head and prepares to leave.
没什么事的话，我就先走了。
Oof. I'm not gonna lie, this chapter hasn't been super interesting thus far. $19, eh? Jesus. Brother and sister. Hospital room is quiet and harbors the faint scent of pears. The occupant of the room is sitting in a wheelchair, leaning against the window and dozing off, unaware of the visitor's presence. Usha follows the scent and spots fresh pears on the bedside table, still glistening with water droplets. He approaches the table gently, picks up a pear, inspects it briefly, and begins to peel it with a fruit knife. When the pear is neatly peeled, the girl in the wheelchair slowly opens her eyes. She yawns and sits up in the wheelchair.
你看上去心情很好，发生了什么好事吗？
Usha places a toothpick on a slice of pear and offers it to Tiaohua.
今天遇上了一个朋友，这秋梨就是他送给我的。
朋友。
Tiaohua's eyes light up.
没错，就是我一直跟你提到过的那个人。他如今也在苍岭城生活。 真是不可思议！我一直以为那时就是永别了。
It's not even that it needs conflict, it's just really slow build up. It's just really slow build up. Like, I'm assuming the next chapter will obviously the next chapter is going to continue with Tian and all this stuff with the cerulean blight and whatnot. But it's just a really slow build up into something that, like, this entire build up is one entire chapter. That's why it's been like, it's a really slow burn. I don't mind if there's not a whole lot of action, as long as there's still something interesting happening. But right now, not really much. Cerulean blight that stagnates, that like improves your freaking bone strength or whatever, as it was talked about earlier. People can't die, but babies can't be born and shit. Like, I'm not feeling anything urgent or anything crazy that's involving the blight at this moment. I'm sure something will happen next chapter, but this entire chapter right now has been really slow. Like, I'll be honest with you, half of the time I've been playing through this chapter, I'm gonna be completely honest with you, I was on my phone. I'm not gonna lie. From time to time, I would read the entire dialogue in my head and then look back at my phone until they're done talking. I'm not gonna lie. It has been super interesting.
"那么你这次好好道谢了吗？"
我们聊了很久，他现在过得很好，据说是在一个不错的地方工作。说的应该是真话。以前从来没有见过他的眼神那么柔和过。应该是得到了一个不错的归处吧。不过他好像有什么要事在身，没过多久就走了。我本来想留他在酒点，介绍给哥哥的。
There's still some like nice moments here and there,
没关系
though, but
未来还有机会的。
like this right here is nice.
哥哥，你知道吗？以前总觉得世界很大，我还有很多东西没有看看。但是现在又突然觉得世界真小。以前从手中流逝的东西，总会以另一种方式兜兜转转回到我的身边。我现在已经没有什么遗憾了。
梨子好吃吗？
小花 turns her head away in response.
如果说还有什么担忧的事情，大概就是哥哥过得不好了吧。你跟先生办事一切顺利吗？哥哥最近的目光很可怕，我很担心。
Sammy watching. Yes. Again, nothing
不要
really
勉
crazy
强自
happening.
己去干不想干的事情。先生是那么温柔的
It's kind of
人，
like how it was in chapter 1.
一定不会怪罪你的。
我的
Every
决定
time I
跟
feel
先
the
生
heat
无关，
coming, it feels like they put out the fire.
先生最个人的选择。
你们都是同样的人，总是为了周遭的一切，给自己徒增枷锁。我很害怕，哥哥。
Suddenly, the girl gasps violently. Wuxia pours water from the kettle he brought into a cup and holds it to the girl's lips. He pats her back while she sips. With the last drop of water gone, he wipes the droplets from the corners of Tiaohua's mouth and gently lays her back on the bed. As he straightens up, Tianhua tugs at his clothes. Where's his
不要
ponytail?
做危险的事情，也不要
What
受
happened to
伤。
his ponytail? It's just gone.
能再见到你，我已经感到十分幸福了。答应我，务必要珍重自己。
好，我答应你。
Soon after drinking the water, the weak girl grows tired and drifts into a deep sleep. Wuxia tucks the blanket around her and steps out of the room. See, now I feel like whatever his motives are, it's all going to be for his sister. That seems a bit apparent. As he steps out of the room, his normally upright posture slumps.
条华最近身体怎么样了？看来是不佳了。没想到调养了数载，还是不见起色。
先生，请帮帮我。
他的病不罕见，却无药可医。即便是我，也回天乏力。
Wuxia remains in a kneeling posture. Sower lets out a soft sigh. Sower.
这些水带过去让他饮下吧。
谢谢先生。
怎么，还有事情吗？
尚有一事需禀报先生。
讲吧。
如先生所料，谢文会的幸存者来到了前，他们的馆长以及一名年轻女子，该当如何处置？请先生示下。
其终于还是走到了这一步。星城之界的活儿干得不怎么利索呀。亏得豪华者还夸下那般海口。罢了，事已至此，抱怨无用。我与谢文慧没什么深仇大恨，倒不如说，我还挺喜欢他们的。毕竟我也算是半个学者，也做过一些学问。但他们既不是我方的棋子，也不是为时社的棋子。
先生的意思是，
黑白分明的围棋棋盘上，突然落下来一对国际象棋的王和后，你说该怎么办？
自然是暂时停手，打扫干净棋盘，再行对弈。
便是如此了。虽说怨不得他们，他们只是在不恰当的时间出现在了不恰当的地方，但也怨不得我们。跟为时社对弈，就算是我，也不敢掉以轻心。将他们从棋盘上摘去吧。至于如何行事，你自便即可，勿要干净。
谨遵先生吩咐。
怎么了？看你的样子，仍有事放心不下呀？是还在替妹妹担忧吗？
先生明鉴，确实如此。
放心吧，条华不会有事。若我夙愿得偿，那么非但是条华，连前的所有子民都不会再受病痛折磨。我嘛，毛病不少，但承诺过的事情，除了那些我无能为力的，我可以说， 我基本都做到了。
先生一诺千金，我再清楚不过。告辞了。
Lucia stands up, his eyes devoid of any hesitation. As he watches the path the two have taken, he has made up his mind. Longsong Pavilion. The vapor descends once again as Zero and I leave from the hospital. Although it is still early afternoon, the sun remains concealed behind thick clouds enshrouding the entire city.
刚刚那个人是谁？
Oh, he's the person I met on that night. I recount the events of that night to Zero.
原来如此。
You look a bit worried.
没什么，我只是不希望你以后离开我的视野。我无法确定你在我看不见的地方会发生什么。
I won't leave your sight again.
在天暗之前回去吧。 刚刚忘记询问中央广场在哪里了。
Oh, there's something we haven't done yet. The initial reason for coming to the hospital was merely to ask about the resident's father's condition. No one expected so many things to happen.
我们先将他父亲的状况转告给他吧。
Seems like the notes go all the way up to 14. Oh, this is 16. So we have 17, 18.
啊，是你们？你们去过医院了吗？见过我父亲了吗？
No, but I pass on the information I learned at the hospital.
是这样吗？但没事就好。
Have you been waiting here all this time?
啊，不是的。 我刚刚确实已经回家了，只是刚刚听到外面传来了很大的声响，才忍不住又出来看看。
Loud noise.
应该是野兽嚎叫的声音，不像是那些闯进城内的耕牛，倒更加像是棕熊或猛虎之类的野兽。
All the more reason you shouldn't have come out.
我这就回去。请等一下，中央广场是在哪个方向？你们不是苍岭台的人吗？怎么连这都不知道？
We're contracted staff. We're just some hired help.
哦，好吧，你说的是农桑阁前面那个吧？它其实叫智素司广场。农桑阁是智素司的办公处。 当年建成的时候，城区规划实际上是以智素司办公区为核心的，那个广场算是智素司办公建筑群的一部分。但后来游人越来越多，可能是因为方便拍照打卡吧，大家不知为啥，渐渐都把广场认作了苍岭城的中心，中央广场这个名儿也就慢慢传开了。
Bureau of Husbandry and Agriculture.
你问为什么以智素司为中心建成？ 这话问的，从苍岭城这个名字就能看出来了吗？国之苍岭自然以质素为先，农林牧渔之事是这里的头号要务。毕竟天下最大的问题就是人吃饭的问题嘛。哦，对了，广场可以随便游览，但后面的农桑阁的安保是很严格的，没有批准的话，
不要随意靠近。那里面放着苍岭城的中央农业生产系统的主服务器群。苍岭城和丰饶平原的所有喷灌、播种、收割、作物护理系统都是靠它控制。安保措施是比照军事管理区来执行的，最好别惹上不必要的麻烦。
陨落。
奇怪，我们刚刚经过的时候，这里的雾逐渐变浓了。跟紧点，不要走散了。
陨落。
Check. Let's go on anyway. Nice. Alright. There's just the one chest for this node. Area ahead is covered in even denser fog. Stay sharp. Fluffy ball emerges from under Zero's cloak. This is weird. Blah 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 blah. Eugh. I've had the feeling that something was targeting us. Okay. Can you communicate with those animals? How rude do you think those unenlightened lowly creatures are capable of communicating with me? What a useless bird. I'll peck you to death. Anyway, be careful. I have a bad feeling about this. Is something exciting actually going to happen? Finally.
“先找个地方躲避一下吧。 前方不远，应该就是制素司了。那座雕像是。
Ancestors of agriculture. Stretch. By the time we reach our destination, the vapor has significantly dissipated. In the center of the square stands a statue with a solemn and dignified expression facing the river. Judging by the attire depicted on the statue, it likely represents a significant figure from ancient Qian. Its placement in the square suggests its importance, however, I am unaware of the person it commemorates. Looks like one of the dudes from the beginning of the chapter. What may be common knowledge to others often eludes me. How long will this situation continue? Out of the corner of my eye, I notice someone gazing at the statue. Amidst this world of unfamiliar faces, I sense a faint familiarity in his. Oh yes, he is the man who appeared in the live broadcast I watched upon entering the city. I believe he is Fang Lin, the director of the Bureau of Husbandry and Agriculture. Sensing my gaze, the young man turns his head and our eyes meet. An expression of surprise flits across his face.
是异乡而来的朋友吗？
Yeah, how'd you figure that out?
果然，那边那位年轻女士的服饰风格还是很好辨认的。
Are you Director Fang of the Bureau of Husbandry and Agriculture?
你们果然认识我呀？是从广播里看到的吧？本来接待游人是风华司的职责，下个月又是丰登庆典，正是广迎宾客的时候。结果出了这么一档子破事儿，现在所有的宣传工作都停了，满城都只能看我这张臭脸，还一张嘴就是晦气消息，我也实在很抱歉。啊，你们应该还没来得及好好转转吧？虽然我不如风华司的同事们那么知识渊博，但如果异乡的朋友们对苍岭城有什么感兴趣的，我一定知无不言。
I do have a question, actually.
好，请说。
Who's the man depicted in this statue?
啊，是前的第一位皇帝姬夏。
姬夏。
据史料记载，他统一了整个前。奇怪的是，大业成就之后，他却离开了帝都，外出云游天下。传说他云游路上亲自品尝百草，替子民辨别哪些植物可以食用，哪些可以入药，哪些有毒。他还发明了农具和开垦田地、种植庄稼的方法，所以前的人民也就奉他为农业的初祖。另外，对姬夏的祭祀纪念活动也是丰登庆典的重要一环。
Sounds like he was an extraordinary emperor. He certainly accomplished remarkable feats. Bang Lin pauses for a moment, then bursts into laughter.
那毕竟是数千年前的事了，史料真真假假，谁说得清呢？搞不好他只是个懒散的家伙，打下了天下却不想治理。所谓云游，不过是跑出去躲个清闲罢了。至于他头上那么多功劳，多半是后人牵强附会的吧，要不就是把别人的功劳也算给了他。如果姬夏自己知道自己几千年后变成了这么伟大的人物，说不定会乐出声呢。
So he was both an emperor and the god of agriculture?
神？啊，不，这个你可搞错了。前的人民的信仰跟雅弗、西里尔、欧贝德，或者世界上任何其他一个文明都截然不同。其他文明信仰的是来世之物，而前信仰的是此世之物。其他文明祭祀虚无缥缈的众神，而前祭祀血脉相连的先祖。姬夏如果说有什么真正值得纪念的地方，那是因为他开创了后世称之为国家的那种东西。农业之祖和农业之神，这区别可是很深刻的。神赐予收成和凡人自己耕耘收成，其意义不可同日而语。谋事在人，行事在人。若要供奉尊上，为何不供奉人自己啊？若要寻求指引，为何不询问人自己？别的文明里都或多或少会有世界末日、最后审判之类的概念，神也因此被放在了一切的终结之处。而姬夏，并不是个神像，它是这千百代子孙的源头，是一个出发点，仅此而已。我们不信神佛，我们只信我们自己。成事在人不在天，人定胜天。
I see. Thank you for shedding light on this matter.
唉，不过话又说回来，我现在倒是真的期盼姬夏能有点什么神力，赶紧把眼下这局面收拾干净。说笑说笑，人间自己的问题，还是得人间自己解决呀。哦，对了，你们知不知道丰登庆典提前了？
When was it announced?
我就知道，从制作司出来时，我就觉得又忘了点啥，看来是忘了一场发布会。啊，我不久前刚决定的，整个苍岭城现在惶惑不安， 所以制作司把今年的封灯庆典提前了。这次不是庆祝丰收，而是期盼丰收，给大家鼓气。我希望这场庆典可以让异乡来的朋友们也宾至如归。
We'll definitely enjoy it.
那就太好了。很久以前，我也到过欧贝德，啊，那是很久前的事了。我当时受过那里人们不少照顾，因此也一直想有所回报。所谓缘分，所谓他乡遇故知的心情，大概就是今天这样吧。虽然这么说也不太准确，毕竟钱是我的故乡嘛。但不管怎么说，我由衷的希望钱能给你留下难忘的回忆，就像欧贝德给我留下过难忘的回忆一样。
Bang Lin looks at the receding figures and then turns his attention to the solemn statue Jixia.
他乡遇故知吗？只是这场久旱，还会有等来甘霖的那一天吗？
Boss. Ambush. As I leave the square, the sun begins to set. The vapor silently envelops our surroundings.
我们或许应该先回去刚才那个地方，等雾散了再行动。
Wait, Zero, did you hear that? As the vapor thickens, the growls of the beast grow closer.
没有什么需要的，就是最近半夜总能听到外面传来噪音。
什么声音
？Excuse me。
牛叫、鸟叫。哎，昨天晚上我似乎还听见了熊叫。
应该是野兽嚎叫的声音，不像是那些闯进城内的耕牛，倒更加像是棕熊或猛虎之类的野兽。
Seriously? A bear has broken into the city? Emerging from the vapor, a towering silhouette draws near. Holy loud. Just as it is about to step out of the vapor, a long spear descends from the sky like a thunderbolt, landing between us and the colossal creature. The spear pierces the ground, vibrating slightly shortly after its owner descends from the sky and grips it firmly. Okay, Jian, relax.
真是让我好找啊，居然跑到了这里来，还惹上了那么大一个麻烦。
Her vibrant, fiery ponytail gracefully arcs through the air. Without turning around, she excitedly clutches her spear, aiming it at the fully revealed giant bear.
不过，总算开始有点意思了。
For a moment, it is hard to tell who resembles a beast more, the bear or the girl. No, the bear.
来吧，开始狩猎者们之间的厮杀吧！百密无疏，
you fucking sound effects, brother. I'm not even in front of the enemy and I'm still getting hit by that.
灵光一现，破绽百出。讨厌。
Can you use your Q ability? Jesus! I don't know why there's such a delay in her Q.
交给你了。百密无疏。
Use E, please. So loud, these sound effects. The giant bear's body is almost entirely covered in bronze, and Shin's strikes barely leave scratches on it. The battle between Shin and the bear reaches a stalemate. The bear's sharp claws fail to strike the swift Shin, and Shin's spear is unable to penetrate the bear's tough hide. Perhaps I should take this opportunity to call for reinforcements? As that thought crosses my mind, a chilling sense of dread crawls up my spine as if I'm being watched by a snake while walking through grass. Instinctively, I turn around only to find a black dagger flying towards me. Reflexively, I close my eyes and shield myself from my hands, trying to protect my vital areas. The sound of metal clashing and flesh being pierced occurs simultaneously, but the expected pain never follows. When I open my eyes, I see that familiar figure once again. Zero. Without turning around, Zero pulls out the dagger embedded in her shoulders and thighs, casually tossing them to the ground, near the one she knocked down earlier. It is at that moment that I realized that there were actually several daggers aimed at me. Each dagger was precisely targeted, and I was moments away from meeting my demise. Sensing the unusual sounds behind her, Shin momentarily freezes.
喂，你们那边是怎么回事？
Just then, the giant bear's massive palm descends, forcing Shin to defend herself by holding her lance over her head to withstand the blow. Zero glances in the direction from which the daggers were shot, her voice so cold that the temperature around us seems to drop sharply.
出来！
Vaguely, I catch a glimpse of a figure amidst the dense vapor. A strong sense of deja vu arises. I feel like I've witnessed a similar scene somewhere, sometime before. Before a definitive answer forms, a long piercing whistle interrupts my thoughts.
怎么回事？
As if receiving a command, the giant bear releases Shin and turns around, retreating from the scene. And that mysterious figure, too, gradually dissipates into the vapor. Zero does not chase after the figure. Only after the figure has completely vanished does she, who had been standing in front of me like an unwavering guardian, feebly collapse to her knees. Take us back, hurry. I hold Zero in my arms and tug at Shin, who is about to chase after the figure. The eternal summer. What's the note?
汇报完毕，事情经过就是这样。
事情变得越来越复杂了。照你们的经历看，发生在苍岭城以及丰饶平原的一切，背后很有可能有人在操纵。 而幕后黑手多半已经将你视为需要排除的意外威胁。
Why? I didn't mess with anyone.
我也很困惑，在唯食社的地界，他为何独独盯着谢文会的馆长不放？不过这也只有去问幕后黑手本人了，烦恼无益。何况眼下这一大堆事，已经够让我焦头烂额了。
You seem extraordinarily annoyed today. Did new problems arise?
智素司突然提出，希望提前举办今年的封灯庆典，以安抚民众。我能理解他们的想法，但疫象正日益加重，此刻举办庆典并非明智之举。但苍岭台考虑到当下不安的情绪越来越重，庆典也许可以缓解这一状况，因此今早已经通过了提前举办封灯庆典的决议。看你的表情，好像并不意外。
Long story.
原来如此，你们碰上了封司长本人呢。苍岭台通过提前举办庆典的提议，很大程度也是因为这是封司长亲自提出来的。智素司算是苍岭城苍岭台最重要的一个司，风离年纪轻轻就能当上智素司的司长，确实本领过人。他在我所有同僚中属于最务实、最能干的那一派，从不拖泥带水，从不掺杂个人情绪，平日里也待人随和，跟几乎所有部门都能打好关系。在大事上很有原则，却不会因为坚持己见而得罪他人。反对他的人最后都会被他说服，甚至站到他的这一边来。虽然年轻，经验和阅历却意外的丰富，简直就像在苍岭台待了几十年一样。而且对生产一线的情况也很了解，我印象里基本没见他出过脱离实际的纰漏。既然有他规划整件事，想必不会有太大的差错吧？你好像还有事情想问。
Mention Jixia, legend about the first emperor.
你想知道为什么姬夏在统一前后离开了帝都？实际上，这正是钱的历史上的一个未解之谜。有很多史学家、民俗学家和考古学家都研究过这个问题，众说纷纭。封司长给你讲的是比较广为人知的一种传说：初帝一统天下后，外出云游，品尝百草，教民农耕。不过，还有一种比较冷门的传说，说初帝云游其实是为了求取不死之法。根据一些野史典籍记载，初帝想要令自己的统治千秋万代的延续下去，这才离开帝都。所谓的品尝百草，不过是他寻找长生仙药路上的副产物罢了。至于教民农耕，按照野史的说法，是因为教会百姓耕作后，他云游途中就不必再四处觅食，每到一处都能够接受民众的供养。这么说来，他其实一直只想着满足一己私欲。真亏当时的百姓还把他的举动理解成恩典，对他顶礼膜拜。
That's a far cry from the mainstream theory.
不必这么惊讶，毕竟是几千年前的事了，各种说法互相有出入很正常。活着的人里都没人见过姬夏是什么样，他无论是明君或昏君，其实都不奇怪。
I have a thought of my own. There is no other reason for them to be mentioning and talking about the Emperor this much, to this capacity. So this is my theory. Because another part of the legend, they literally just said it, talks about him seeking immortality and all that shit. So I'm thinking the sower, the dude that's talking to Wuxia all the time and all that, I'm thinking the sower is actually the Emperor, Jixia. And this cerulean blight is his answer to immortality, because people cannot die, but people can't be born either. That's what I'm thinking. But if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong.
也许真正的事实和目前流传下来的一切传说都不一致呢。但说到这个，为时社作为从姬夏时代便存续至今的密盟，其实保存着大量那时的原始史料。只不过我们有一条奇怪的规定：姬夏那个年代关于姬夏本人的记载均被封存，除渊泉阁下外，无人可以阅览。没人知道这是为什么。
Or maybe Yuan Chuan might be
偏偏渊泉
sower.
阁
Who
下
knows?
现在不在苍岭城。
Where has he gone?
渊泉阁下早在你们抵达苍岭城之前，便前往了青玉城。
Jingyu? I vaguely recall hearing that name from Jantan.
青玉城位于浩荡江上游的天阙山上，是浩荡江与苍茫山脉相接之地。青玉城才是此次异象的源头之处，苍岭城只是因为地处浩荡江下游，这才被异象所波及了。说来也巧，青玉城恰好就是出地建立前的第一代国都之地，也是前的文明之源。那里出土了大量的青铜文物。多为前所未见的稀世奇珍，说是巧夺天工也不为过。很多东西难以想象是几千年前的人能够制造的。
Jingyu City is also the place where the first emperor established the first capital Tian. And they were saying that this cerulean blade could be originated from Jingyu. Perhaps they are miracles bestowed by gods.
这话倒是有意思，只可惜为时社不信神佛。未问苍生，焉问鬼神？人们总有一日能靠自己诠释这个世界。
Wang Lin once said something similar.
哦，这倒不奇怪。若非再三确认过他只是个普通人，我也曾想将他招募进为时社里。
Zero, who has remained silent all this while, suddenly speaks up. Zero's wounds have been attended to by the medical staff. She was terribly wounded during the ambush, but she insisted on staying by my side, seemingly impervious to pain. It feels as if she never needs to rest as long as her philosophy or physiology is functioning.
不死，长生，稷下。
Jixia. Zero and I exchange a glance. At that moment, we both gain insight from each other's eyes. Are they just going to confirm it for me? Gradually, an invisible web interweaves between these keywords. Secretary Ching. Perhaps we were wrong from the beginning.
此话怎讲？
I mean, why would we define this infection as a disease? There it is. See, I was right. I cover my head as a crazy idea slowly takes shape in my mind. One by one, the information provided by everyone along the way starts replaying in my mind.
然而，自从清历出现以来，苍岭城的殡仪馆再也没有接受过死者的遗体。
Yep, not a single person died.
不仅如此，我们妇产科也再也没有迎来过新生儿。
No new
就好像
newborn.
生存和死亡的循环，在苍岭城被
Life
按下
and
了暂
death
停
has
键
been
一样。
put on pause.
不过，还有一种比较冷门的传说，
Less popular version.
说出地云游其实
The
是为
Emperor
了求取
traveled
不
around to
死之
seek
法。
immortality.
所谓的品尝百草，不过是他寻找长生仙药路上
Byproduct
的
of his
副
search
产
for
物罢
the
了。
elixir of immortality. See? I fucking called it. See? The cerulean blight is that elixir of immortality. Perhaps this is not a disease at all. At that moment, a Weishu member hurriedly approaches, and the reason why I think Sora is supposedly this emperor, because he talks about making sure the people in Qian don't have to suffer anymore. And it's that fucking trope where immortality equals no more suffering, no more pain, no more fear of death.
亲，打断一下，什么事？实验研所刚刚发回水样分析的结论了。
On top of them putting a lot of emphasis on Jixia.
德尔菲学院医学部已经对水样进行了生理实验，他们发现活体细胞摄取水样后不再分裂，而且细胞原本的碳基化合物骨架迅速转变为某种未知化合物。
Cease to divide. Completely stagnate.
他们还在做进一步鉴定，但目前看来，这种新化合物是以某种未知元素为基，结合金属形成的高分子化合物。简单说，摄入水样的细胞开始从碳基生命转变成一种类金属基生命。
With metallic properties.
目前看来，转变后的细胞不会繁衍，也不会自我进化，而是稳定定格在现有的状态。只要外界没有负面干扰，就可以一直存续下去。德尔菲学院医学部的结论是，这种新的生命形式缺乏迭代和进化的潜能，却具备近乎无限的寿命。
The hall falls silent in an instant. Taking a deep breath, I slowly add the words I have not finished. It's not a disease. It's immortality. It is not a disease. It is immortality. Yes, we literally just said that. With eternal life, there is no need for reproduction. Crops won't bear fruits, humans won't give birth to babies, and animals won't lay eggs or bear offspring. There is no death or new birth. Such is the eternal fruitless summer. Yep, see? I was right the entire time. They just completely confirmed it for me. Alright, so as I said earlier, this entire chapter wasn't super exciting to go through. It was a really slow build-up and stuff. It was only until, and I'm gonna be straight right here, it was literally until the very final node that things actually started to get interesting. Everything else was like, eh. I feel like I don't know. I feel like if they, like everything that was spoken about in the final note here, I feel like if they just took bits and pieces of that and spread it out more throughout each of these nodes, it probably would have been a lot more interesting. I don't know. It was kind of like on the same level as the first chapter. It wasn't like super crazy or anything. It was just a really slow pace build up to something. I'm guessing that this next part of it, EX, all right. Chapter 4 EX. I'm guessing this next part of it might be, or no, that's chapter 5. Never mind. Chapter 5. I'm gonna guess that chapter 5 is actually gonna be interesting and exciting to play through, but the entire chapter 4 was not a whole lot. It wasn't really a whole lot. Let's hope. Yeah, I can only hope. Maybe like next week I'll play this again for the story, but again, that chapter was like, I think the way they went about it though wasn't terrible. Like, first node, we are introduced to Qian and all that stuff. Second node, we are introduced to we learn about the blight that's slowly starting to spread. Same thing with -3 and 4 and 5 and 6 as well. Like from 1 to 6, it's like some stuff with Jen, the blight, like little tidbits of stuff that's going to occur to help set up for the rest of the chapter. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 is just, for the most part here, it's us going through, seeing the aftermath of the blight, and then we're learning a few things here and there. The slow burn that never comes, yeah. Like, I guess from 14, things started to pick up just a bit. When the doctor was mentioning that people weren't dying, but newborns weren't being, birthed and stuff. That was very interesting. I like this moment with 15. We get to see Wu Shi is a little bit of himself, and we get to learn that the reason why he's working alongside Soer, who is also working alongside Nemesis, he's doing this for his sister. And now that from that last note, now that we know that this isn't some disease, that this is supposed to be Jisha's elixir of immortality, now we fully understand why Wu Shi is doing all this stuff, so his sister can stay immortal, stay alive. And I'm still on the guess of that Soer is the first emperor, because if he was able to obtain immortality, then it would make sense for him to start spreading that towards the city here. And they said the origin of Qingyu, or from Qingyu, that might have been where the blight started, and it reached all the way to Sanglin. And Soer said that he wants to make sure the people of Qian don't have to suffer anymore. And that's the whole thing with immortality and these. That's the whole trope with it. So overall, what they're trying to tell with this story, at least with this region's story, isn't bad at all. But for some reason, throughout this chapter, for some reason, it just wasn't exciting, I don't know. It was fun though. It wasn't, I'm not gonna lie, it wasn't really super fun to play through, honestly. I don't know what it is. Like, I know what they're trying to go for with the story in this particular region, but like, I don't know if it's the storytelling or if it's them like dragging on the dialogue in the nodes or whatever, but legit, it was only until the very last node that things started to get interesting. Something about the way it was being told. Maybe. It might have been the way it was told. I don't know. It kind of felt like until like the later half of this chapter, lack of soundtrack, at least impactful soundtrack. I think maybe that too. Like there was the OST that played between the interaction between Wuxia and his sister, and that was nice. I really liked that. But a lot of other times it was kind of like the same OST, right? During bits of dialogue and stuff. But I wouldn't say it's the soundtrack necessarily. Though it did have a part to play in it. But what I was gonna say is that it felt like, in terms of like things being interesting or things being exciting or having impact or anything like that, it felt like it was very flat. It felt very flat from the beginning up until like maybe 14 here. So until the very last few nodes here. From 14, that's when it started to go up a bit, just a tiny bit. And then from 19, that's when it started to go up. Right? Hell, even 18 wasn't super exciting either. Boss fight wasn't anything special. Too. It wasn't, compared to the other bosses like Darius and Aten. This bear wasn't really anything. Like Darius and Aten had mechanics. This bear didn't have anything, as far as I could tell. But yeah, I mean, it was kind of, it's kind of like the same vibe I got from the first chapter. It wasn't, I don't know, it didn't really hit me. It didn't really hit me. So here's hoping that the next chapter will bring in more excitement to the stuff. Because I mentioned it earlier, but half of the time during that chapter, I was on my phone. Like scrolling through Twitter and Reddit and all that. Well, some of the stuff they were talking about were bits of information here and there. It just wasn't super, I don't know.
阿斯蒂，将剑递给我。
It didn't, I think what I was trying to think of is that it didn't feel like the situation that's going on in Sanglin, or all of Jian, I guess, is dire. It doesn't feel like it was super dire. Like, we're trying to figure out what's causing this, why they're doing this and stuff. I get that, but like, I don't know, it just didn't feel like it was a super dire thing. I'm not saying like it needs to be a world-ending event or anything, just for it to give it the high stakes vibe it that it should have, or that it would have. But like, it didn't. Again, it just didn't have that impact. It didn't. The situation doesn't feel super dire or drastic. That's how it felt.
阿斯蒂，将剑递给我。
It was kind of the same, it was kind of the same thing with the other chapters too, chapters 1 through 3. It wasn't super dire or anything. It was interesting though, but I don't know. The way it was done.
这份荣耀
是最好的冠冕。
I guess like the dire situation to come out of the blight is that the animals and stuff are a lot more feral, a lot more rabid, I suppose, and food shortages. Then again, it's like it's immortality. People aren't going to die from it. Not saying that immortality is a good thing.
我在燃烧。阿斯蒂，我没事。阿斯蒂，我没事。
I don't know. So far, so far with this game's story, chapters 1 all the way through 4 and shit, not the most exciting stuff for me, personally. And normally, like, people would probably tell me, oh, then stop playing the game or whatever. It's like, well, I want to give this a fair, like, chance, right? That's why I'm still continuing on with the story. I want to give it a fair chance. After all, PGR, like, the first few chapters of PGR was slow as well, with nothing super exciting happening in it too. So I'm trying to give this game a fair chance. It's kind of crazy. I think it's just my... It's kind of crazy because, like, I've seen people talk about this game and say, like, the story is... Like, I've seen someone say the story is incredible. I'm like, oh, okay. But after playing through it, it's kind of like, is it really that incredible? Like, at best, I give this game, like, maybe with its story, like maybe a 6 out of 10. So, I don't know. Random people are clickbait. Would you believe me if I told you that the person that said that the story was incredible was Lena from Grey Raven Radio? On Twitter. I was scrolling through Twitter one time and I see her reply to someone asking about Black Beacon and she's like, give it a try. The story is incredible. But after playing through this, I'm sitting here like, I don't know. But of course, you know, everyone has their opinions on this stuff. But when I see something like, oh, this story is incredible or anything like that, it sets that expectation, you know? Whenever you see people rate something super highly, it always sets that expectation for others. And that's what happened with me. Define incredible. It just sets expectations. And unfortunately, that set the expectation for me, you know? And I'm someone, and when it comes to playing these games, or at least expecting, when it comes to live service games and like expecting the newest patch and stuff, I always keep my expectation low. No matter what. That way I can always end up enjoying whatever it is that gets released. Right? But whenever I see people set that bar, I'm like, I can't help but set that bar for myself as well. Haven't been playing, just watching. So far is alright. Not gonna lie, I'd skip the dialogue if I reach the point like this, and I generally like to read. Yeah. But again, I wanted.
船只无迹可寻，
Excuse me.
飞鸟一去。
Florence, I'm talking. You're welcome. But again, I like to give this game a genuine, like a chance, right? To really like bring in that wow factor. Like we all know with PGR, it took a while for them to really start picking up the story. We all know that. That's why I want to give this game that chance, right? But so far, 4 chapters in, it's like, see where it goes from here. I'm hoping that chapter 5 brings something to the table. Just something. It's for chapter 5, it did have Wu Shi mentioned in the title right there. Yeah, Wu Shi. So maybe we're gonna see like more of his perspective on things and whatnot. Though I already understand why he's doing this. He's doing this for his sister. But hopefully we'll get something more impactful, more exciting. Because, man, it was kind of like how these 3 chapters were. First chapter was kind of like, Second chapter was all around that same level as the first one. But then third chapter is like, okay, it's getting pretty interesting. But then it went back down for chapter 4. It's like, oh, okay. So I can only hope. But yeah. Guess I'll call it a night from here then. I might do this again next week for Black Beacon. Again. Who knows? Maybe. The only reason why, I'll be honest with you, a part of me didn't kind of want to stream this. But I couldn't think of any other game to stream, so I was like, fuck it, I'll just continue with the story on this one, I'm not gonna lie. I know I shouldn't force myself to try and like this game, but again, I want to give it a fair chance. So if it doesn't give me that, if it doesn't like give me that oomph later down the line, this might be another one of those gacha games where I might just end up dropping. Or at the very least, not stream anymore. Which is a shame because I actually I like the character designs. The music isn't bad. The gameplay is fun. It's just this story. The story is just not hitting. I don't know. It might be one of those, it might be like in the same boat as like Honkai Star Rail for me, where I just log in, do dailies, and then completely log out. Not touching the story ever. Who knows? But yeah. That being said, that's gonna be it for me for tonight. So thank you for watching. Thank you for chilling with me. Thank you for chatting with me. I really do appreciate it. Hope you have a great rest of your day or night, wherever you are in the world. Take care, stay safe, drink plenty of water. Hope you enjoyed the stream. For the rest of this week, I've already got it planned out. In fact, I already have 2 scheduled streams put up for tomorrow and Wednesday. Tomorrow, I'll play PGR for tomorrow. Nothing crazy. It's just me going through my weekly stuff. So like Clash Reflection, Warzone, Phantom Pain Cage. Obviously going through daily stuff. Probably helping out with the freaking boss, the guild boss thing or whatever. And then for the rest of the stream on PGR will be I'll be playing through Awakening Tundra. Because I've been enjoying those game modes. And then Wednesday is going to be Wuwa. Same thing, just weekly reset and stuff. Maybe I'll attempt hologram clears. Maybe. And of course, this weekend, Friday and Saturday, will be Yakuza Like a Dragon, a continuation. And as always, Thursdays and Sundays, I normally take a break. So, again, thank you for watching. And again, I hope you enjoyed the stream. All right, see you tomorrow then. Thank you. Bye-bye.